Afternoon. I wanted to call the 4:30, June 28th of 2023 study session of the Palm Springs Planning Commission to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Alain,
Here.
Commissioner Hirschbein,
Here.
Commissioner Miller,
Present.
Commissioner Maruzzi,
Here.
and Chair Womack.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We have before us tonight Avalon 1150 is an LLC request for a study session to review proposed preliminary plans for a 242 condominium units in the multifamily parcel located in Planning Area 12 of Phase 2 within the Miralon development, located at 801 Sunrise Way. Do we have members of the public who wish to speak? I think we will give some time for the applicant to speak. So I'm going to, seeing no members of the public unless someone is online.
Nobody online.
I'm going to close the public comment session and go directly to a staff report, or is it the applicant's report that we do first?
We will do a brief staff report first, and then at your discretion, if you want to do committee questions first, and then certainly an opportunity for the applicant to speak.
Can I say something?
Yes.
We have a very short time for this. Usually our study sessions extend much longer than this. Can we make sure that both presentations are relatively short so that we get our ability to opine?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will look behind me and say, let's keep it tight.
Okay. Should I continue?
And we only have two members of the applicants. Might they be able to join you? So we make this a little more.
I'm not concerned at all. If you all want to sit at the dais with Edward, you're welcome to do so. Up here. Yeah. That is what you meant, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Typically, our study sessions are held in a different room, and it's a more open dialogue, but we had some conflicts with scheduling, so.
Edward, it's yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. So the Department of Planning Services decided after a discussion with the applicants, decided to bring this application to you as a study session to introduce the application to you and be able to provide some informal comments and directions to the applicants on your concerns or your interest or whatever issues that you may have with the application. It is for a 242-unit condominium unit at Planning Area 12 of the Miralon development. So what I'm going to do very briefly is to go on the board, and I'm going to move up there to give you a very brief description of the application and then the site plan. Then I will turn it over to the applicant to talk about the architecture and the design. So, again, as you might recall on this development, the Miralon development was initially approved in 2004 for 1,150 residential units. And part of those development include single-family residential development, including multifamily. The multifamily development is to be placed in two specific areas of Miralon. I will get there shortly. But also, in that approval of 2004, the council directed that the multifamily section of the development has to abide by the R3 development standards, meaning that it will be different than the single-family residence. And also, this must be subject to the revised design guidelines that you approved in 2016. So what we have tonight is 242 units. They will be in the form of attached duplexes. There will be three main plan types designated as Plan 1, Plan 2, and Plan 3. Also, there will be three distinct floor types with A and B, meaning that you have 6 different floor types in total, but mainly there are 3 types. So Plan 1 of this, and they will be all in 2 stories, talking about the mass and the height. There will be 2 stories with a maximum height of 24 feet, which is all in conformance with the R3 development standard. So the unit sizes for Plan 1, which will be 1 bedroom and 1.5 bathrooms, will be 999 square foot in size. Plan 2 will be 1,191 square foot in size. We have 2 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms.
Edward, we can read that so you can go a little faster.
Okay, all right. So moving right along, again, the scope of your study session tonight is to look at layout, the access, and the circulation within the subject parcel itself. So I will move right ahead. This is the overall site plan of Mirror Lawn. So the area of discussion tonight is here. This is where the area, planning area 12 is. If you recall, about in 2018 and 2019, you approved the final development plans for planning area 5, which is this section right here. And right here in the middle is the clubhouse of Mirror Lawn. Moving right along. So to be more specific, here are the 2 multifamily areas. And I also want to remind the commission that there has been a final map for these 2 areas. So more specifically, relative to planning area 12, these are some of the main features that I want to point out. First of all, is the main entry into the subject parcel will be along Mirror Lawn Way. That's where the main access is. The secondary access will be along Presley. And over here, in the middle of the development, is one of the plazas. These 2 are also mini parks that have been provided, and including this park right here. So just in comparison to the planning area 5 that you saw about 4 years ago, putting them side by side, to my right, of course, is planning area 12, that is the subject of your review tonight. And to my left is the planning area 5 that you previously approved. Do you want to take a minute to look at this, or you okay? All right. Okay, so from here, to talk about the design itself and materials and whatnot, I'm going to turn it over to Colin. Are you comfortable doing it from your seat, or you want to come over here?
I could try, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
E is the density, is that in the planned development district as what's allowed?
So that specific number is not mentioned. However, it is within the unit counts of the overall development.
I see. So this could be denser and something else could be less dense, or this could be less dense and something else in the development could be denser.
I will allow Bradley to talk about that.
Yeah, when this project was approved way back in 2002-3 timeframe, it was approved for 1,237 units, I believe. There was a lawsuit that was filed, and one of the terms of the settlement was to reduce the total unit count for all of the entire project to 1,150, which coincidentally is Avalon 1150 LLC is the name of the owner. That's where the 1150 comes from. Nonetheless, there are, I think, 350 multifamily units that are allowed on the site. And so it's really a push and a pull between the planning area 5 that Edward just showed and planning area 12. So what we've done is maximize the unit count in this section, which is the delta between 350 and the 158 that are proposed there.
And the other question I had was, I know we're doing R3, but could they, just in terms of keeping this density, could we allow them to go higher and keep a little more of the space open?
So within the R3 development area, the maximum height is 30 feet. So if they were to go additional floor, that may be outside of what the R3 development standard would allow. However, recall that the entire Miralon development is a planned development district, so if they want to go higher, they could do so. However, it would then require additional setback requirements.
So, okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those are the only two I have. Did other people have questions on Edward's presentation?
Sorry, just not to interrupt, but to amend my poor math, it was actually 398 units is the max for the multifamily. And so we have still maximized between the two planning areas the total number of multifamily units.
Yeah, I know I don't want to cut them back, but I wanted to make sure if anybody else has questions for Edward in terms of what the PD allows or what we can do with the PD.
I have a question, but not on that. It was actually on the previous
Go ahead.
slide. There's a green light that says my light.
Oh,
Mic
red is
on.
on,
Can you hear
okay.
me? Okay. On this, Edward, can you help me? I was having a little bit of difficulty understanding, looking at the drawings, just how permeable the perimeter of the parcel 12 is. I can see when you put up the previous development, clearly there's ingress and egress for pedestrians, for cyclists. You know, you can go out and meet your neighbors. It looks as though there's only two points of entry for parcel 12. And if you're anywhere in between, you're going to get in your car and drive. Is that true, or?
Sorry. And Colin could speak more to this, but this area is the linkage to the existing trail. So you'd have to come out through Miralon. Am I right, Colin?
So there are direct access, pedestrian direct access from each one of these. You could see, like for example, right here in between the two buildings here. So these.
So you can get down to Miralon going
Yeah,
through?
they could.
Okay.
All of these are pedestrian access that they could come out.
Okay, thank you. They all
Yes.
look like dead ends, and I just couldn't tell for sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Maruzzi.
On page 4, under urban design staff review, there's a sentence that says the proposed project was reviewed by the department's urban design review staff, and comments were provided to the applicant. I'd like to know what those comments were, since there was obviously, well, oh, there they are.
Yeah, they're
Right
they're
below.
located there. We did make sure to summarize them because I know we've had that discussion in the past. We wanted to make sure that was there.
Okay, initially I had indicated that I wanted to see what the written response was from the applicant, but I understand that in this case it was merely, and I guess we can get confirmation from the applicant, that they just wanted to wait and see what we had to say?
Right. I think, given that we're at the study session stage, the way that we're kind of envisioning this process working as we kind of roll into that sort of urban design review is we provided a bunch of comments. Some we are flagging our requirements under 9404. Some are advisory, you know, based on what we understand of both your purview and the ARC's priorities. I think they're at the stage of listening at this point. So they have that information. We've summarized it here. They want additional information from all of you, and then they're going to go and put pencil to paper. So that's
Will
kind
they
of-
respond to these tonight?
They can certainly speak to them, but I think in terms of actually implementing changes or responding to them, that would come as we move forward in process.
It'd just be nice to know if they have issues with these, like,
Right.
well, absolutely, relocation of the condensing units is out of the question. I mean, you know, that kind of thing.
Right. They can certainly speak to that. I think those are good questions for
Okay.
the applicant.
I think at this point, we've had all the questions, so if the applicant, if you want to go forward with your presentation. And I'm only going to let us go till
I probably don't
5:10.
need- Yeah, so.
Right, that's it. Keep going.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for your time this afternoon to review our project. My name is Colin Liu. I am with Robert Heidi Architects. I'm very excited to be back here in this chamber for the, now we're reviewing the 7th project that we're doing here in City of Palm Springs. All 7 projects are all within Maryland, the master plan community. So Edward did a great job introducing the project. In the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat anything that he has he presented already. I just wanted to add a little bit more to the presentation that this site plan, yes, there are 2 points of vehicular access. One is coming in from, the main access is coming in from the west, from Maryland Way, and then there's a secondary vehicular access from the north. However, the pedestrian access this is a paseo in between these buildings. And then they're alternated by motor course that service all the garages. So we're separating the vehicular and pedestrian circulation while also minimizing the impact of garage doors to the street scene.
Does the pedestrian allow bicycles
I think that you could ride a bicycle
on the Paseo?
Yeah, I think so. That unless the HOA, there's a regulation specifically. Nowadays on e-bikes, people tend to go very quick, very fast on e-bikes. Yep, you can stay. No. Okay, well, anyway. That's okay. If you could go back one slide, I'll just go very quickly. So this is the road system. It's a loop street here, accessed by these 2 points of entry. And then there's a trail system here and green space that starting from the west, this number 3 represent a monumentation, signage monuments. And then number 4 is a formal Palm Court or Palm Plaza. Number 5 here, this is a gathering space with overhead structure. You will see that on L4, sheet L4 under landscape section. There's a larger blow up of it. And then there are event lawns on the east and west side of that, the shade structure. And then all of this, the intent is that for all the residents here to be able to walk down the street and then across Maryland Way to access the Maryland Amenity Center, just located southwest of the project, as well as the trail system that's within Maryland.
Where is your dog park?
The dog park, I believe, is just outside. It's in this vicinity here.
So there's not a dog park near this?
It's right across the street from us.
He was pointing by, but I think ignore that.
Yeah.
Because if you're pointing to PA5, that wouldn't.
I'm sorry. So if you could go back to the overall, go backwards toward the front. Keep going. Yep. So we are located, that corner I was pointing at is right here. There's there's Maryland Way, and the clubhouse amenity building is here. I believe the dog park is right across the street from it.
How well used is that dog park, and are you getting, I mean, I know where I live, our dog parks are saturated at this point in time with 450 units.
They're used heavily. There is an ancillary dog park that's, I'll stand up, unless you could point to it, Colin.
Yeah.
To the left, up in PA. Given the way the project's developed thus far, which is basically in that southern loop and is proximate to the existing dog parks, we have not built that facility yet, though the groves have been fully planted. but that is planned to come online in short order. We are currently working to secure buyers for the single-family lots on the north side of that half of the project.
And for members of the commission, feel free to ask questions. You don't have to go through me.
Thank you. I have a question. One of the comments from the staff review from the urban designer was, it says, the site plan is too tight to achieve variation in setbacks to garage doors from unit to unit. I don't know if that means, if that's just a note, or if we're asking you to change that, and do you have any plans on addressing that? I agree, it's a very valid concern. I'm concerned with it, but I'm wondering if you're going to address it.
Yes, I will address it right now.
Thank you.
Edward, can you go to the first floor cluster first floor floor plan? Keep going down, down, down. Okay, please stop. Oh, go back. Okay. Oh, one more. Okay, please stop. Yep. So again, these duplex buildings are arranged in 4 building clusters. And here's the street here. This unit is, the front door is accessed from here. The front door to this unit is accessed here. And then there's a paseo system here that would provide access to the 4 units in the middle. These 2 units here, there's another street up above. So they're taking access directly from the street. However, the garages are accessed via this paseo, this motor court here. We are providing 30 feet in between garage doors, plenty of dimension for a car to back out and make a turn and head out of the motor courts. To provide the setback variation at the garages, I feel that it is not necessary because these motor courts, they're not exposed to the street. Rather, that it's really this the front doors, the front door architecture is providing that, and also that we are providing. I rather gave them more valuable space to the paseos here, where it will be landscape, and then where these homeowners are accessing the front doors.
And Madam Chair, I might add that the city standard is 24 feet, but they are providing 30 feet there, so just.
The city's what is,
The standard is 24 feet,
and they're providing 30?
30, correct.
Question for you regarding guest parking. I'm assuming, obviously, on those 30-foot wide corridors between the garages, you're not going to have any ability for on-street parking. But will there be any parking allowed on the sort of the secondary access road, the loop road? Will there be any? I had trouble finding any guest parking or additional parking. I didn't know if any would be allowed on the roadway itself.
Okay. Please stop. So there will be parking on one side of the loop street. You will see it's along the outer side of this loop street where there's sidewalks. So, and we are meeting all the primary parking as well as the guest parking required. Pardon? There are, 1 second, guest parking required is 88.
57.
We are, no, 86. Guest parking required, we're providing 87.
Oh, I was after that.
But the primary parking for the residents it's required to be 437 for the residents, and we are providing 488 because we have 2-car attached parking for all the units.
Yeah, let people, Lori, go ahead with your.
I had comments to.
At this
comment on that.
point, we can switch into comments. I think that would be good because we've got limited time. Why don't we go down, Lori, start, and then we'll go down the line.
Okay, we're just on the subject that I had comments on, and that is, it seems like there's a lot of parking, and like some of the space could be reclaimed and used for something other than parking. In particular, I note that your one-bedroom units still have two parking, two-car garages for one-bedroom units, and that I thought I had seen 57, but there's a fair amount of guest parking. The question is both for staff and for you. I think in this era, we're trying not to pave over the planet and to use our bicycles more and be able to walk. Obviously, there are destinations that you can walk to here, but you're not going to walk to a job. You're not going to walk to a grocery store. So there is a need for parking. However, I'm not sure that it needs as much residential parking, especially for the one-bedroom units, and for the guest parking just seems high to me. I'm wondering what your numbers are based upon and if you would be comfortable with releasing some of that space.
We are one space over the required guest parking. So there's not a excess there. However, the one-bedroom units, it is it's a 1,000 square feet. It's a one-bedroom plus den office and 1.5 bath. So to reduce that, the marketability of nowadays, if there's a couple lives in that one-bedroom unit and they have 2 cars, that might not be a very marketable product.
And what is our staff position on providing more parking than is?
So as Colin mentioned, as far as the guest parking is concerned, there's only one that's above the required number of parking spaces. The only area, and to address the issue of parking or using excess area for parking, those 2 parking spots for the one-bedrooms are all attached, so they are not on street. They are not surface parking spaces. However, if we do the total calculation, the difference would be very minimal versus that is provided versus required parking spaces. So.
I guess I'm confused because in the staff report, it says that there are 523 spaces required and 575 are provided, which is an extra 52, but is that?
Right, Commissioner, I think what, just to recap, I think the applicant is indicating that they feel the market is demanding more parking than what the code is requiring. As for staff's position on that, I think we need to see how all of the various competing parts of the site plan layer on, and if there are items where we think we need to see changes, and that needs to come at the expense of parking, we would support that at the staff level because we do have some capacity there. It will ultimately be for the applicant to decide what they need in terms of marketability. I would flag, and you touched on this, I do think the circumstances of this particular development are different than what we might think in other areas of the city, and that there is a very limited ability to engage in your day-to-day activities from here without the use of a car. So I think an argument could be made, and the applicant is making that argument, that perhaps the parking demand here is different than we might expect elsewhere in the city. So I think we'll have to find that sweet spot.
Okay, thank you.
I'm actually going down the line, so no. The same conversation, stay with it, but I'm going to cut you off.
So just along the lines, you went from 24 feet wide required for the vehicular access to 30. I'm not going to ask you why you did it, but I am going to comment that I think you could take that extra 6 feet by whatever the length of all those drive aisles are and use it more effectively in the paseo, the pedestrian access to your units. That's a comment. You don't have to comment. You don't have to answer me.
Thank you.
Scott.
Kind of picking up on what Lori was raising regarding is there excess parking. Am I correct in assuming that the great majority of the excess parking is in the second garage space that is attached to the one-bedroom units, correct? And so I don't know that there's a lot of ability to sort of reduce that. I mean, obviously, if somebody in a one-bedroom plus den unit had only one car, they could store in there or put a pool table in there or whatever, but I mean, it's not going to be visible to the masses. So in that respect, I don't think visually this will appear to be an overparked development, I think, because they're in garages.
Absolutely. And the reason why there's excess of primary parking is that 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units, based on the city's parking requirement, requires 1.5 car garages. I don't know how to design a 1.5 car garage. So that's why there are 2 cars.
And then I'm okay with the 30 feet in between because, between the garage face walls, because, Michael, if you'll note on the plan, not all of that is paved area. It's only paved between the garages back to back, and then they've got small nodes where there's landscape areas. So I think that'll be good to sort of soften those garage facades. And I always think that between 2 back-to-back garages, you need more than 24 feet anyway, so I'm okay with the 30 feet. I would note, I do agree, though, with many of the staff comments, especially regarding the street-facing facades needing more articulation, or maybe you can handle it with material changes or color changes. I just saw some of the facades that are facing the streets, the internal roadways and the exterior road, of course, they're a little bit flat and bland, and so I think some work could be done regarding that. And
Go
again,
down 10 sheets.
maybe it's materials and,
Can I just comment on that? I want to get a sense of whether everybody here agrees with the staff's urban development comments, and a show of hands, and see if there's anything people don't agree with.
Well, I would like to further that discussion.
You can further that discussion, but I just wanted a show of hands. We've got tight time, so I want you to hear that we all agree with the seven points that have been raised by staff without going through each one of them individually. And Scott's still got the floor, and I'll let you talk later.
yeah, and I think of the 7 comments, the one that's probably difficult to achieve is the variation in setbacks to garage doors. And I think, given the layout of the whole complex, I think that might be difficult. But I think you can do things with different garage doors, perhaps, different colors. I think you can do things to sort of spruce up how that looks to those 4 or 8 units that are going to be accessing those little private drives or those mini drives. The big thing I had with design, and I hope I was reading the plans correctly, in how the walls that were sort of providing privacy toward the front doors of the units, they seemed really closed off and completely walled off with no openings in the wall. And I don't think that evokes a very sort of socially interactive and neighborly kind of development. And so I would hope that you could look at ways of opening up those walls with the gates with some degree of openness, whether it's 50% open or 33% open or whatever, so that somebody approaching the front door of a unit doesn't feel like they're knocking or ringing a bell on this totally walled-off 6-foot fortress, and that you open it up so that the residents can interact with people walking on the sidewalk. And I think you still maintain a degree of privacy and security while still providing more of an open feeling. That's all I have.
Can I quickly respond to this question, this comment?
No, at this point, I think what I'd like to do is get all of our comments and then get some responses, but I want you to hear our comments. Lori, did you have anything else?
No, I just want to say I agree with all of the points from the urban designer, and most emphatically with the need for deeply recessed windows and with the, what was the other one, that the shade on the patios.
Peter?
I yield my time to Michael.
So, thank you. I have some nice things to say about this. I think the density is fine. I think it could be even denser if it was designed a certain way. I'm happy that this project is proposing diversity in our housing stock because we don't have much of that, and I think that's a good thing. I'm not fussed about the garage doors lining up and being the same. You have some sort of architectural order going on, and there's only 4 on each side. So that's, for me, is not the problem. But for me, the problem is really, you got the plan, it's fine. You got the site plan, it's fine. The individual buildings are just aggressively ugly. That's all I can say about it. The exterior treatment of the buildings really does a disservice to the architectural profession. And if it's designs like this that's going to lead to the demise of the profession, because we're facing AI now, artificial intelligence. And if you fed this plan into an AI program, they'd come up with a much better design than this. The program would. And it's just embarrassing. Turn around and look at that. That's just embarrassing how bad that looks. And I'm just, it hurts me to look at that and think somebody trained in a design profession will put that before us. You won't have me much around anymore, so I thought I'd go out on a high note there, but thank you.
Peter, do you have comments?
I completely agree with Michael. I couldn't have put it better than he did. When I first looked at it, I just thought, what? These are just unadorned boxes of various levels. I don't know. I think Michael had it right.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one thing about that, or just
Yes,
clarify one
please.
thing about that? So, I mean, I think it's important to keep in perspective that this would go through an architectural review process, right? So I think there's probably refinement that will be undertaken on this. I would just ask if there are specific points you want to make, maybe the top notes, either as instruction to the ARC for the public record or to the applicant. Maybe we hear that
Well,
so
this,
that we can be
this
helpful in
isn't going to
shaping
the
this.
ARC yet,
No, but it will ultimately. So I think-
eventually, but yeah, to get both of your comments in the record in terms of specifics.
I don't. I think it's so far off the mark, you tear up what you have and start over. I think the buildings themselves are fine, the site plan is fine, the spacing between the units is fine, the floor plans are fine, but you gotta look at those again. They're just terrible. I don't have anything specific to say.
Peter, did you? I had, going in a slightly different direction, I'm worried about the sort of very small amount of personal space, outside space, that somebody who lives or buys one of these units or rents, I'm not sure if it's rent, I'm assuming it's purchase, buys one of these units would have. And so one thought I had was extending the patio. Can the patio, is it large enough to take a spool?
No.
So where do you have water?
Across the street
You
is
have-
a large community swimming pool.
When we did the other section, we looked at putting a pool in. I think we didn't because people could do spools in many of those units. Here, that is a problem for me, to not see water, not see a pool in this area that people can go to. So some of my concerns are shade, the amount of patio space that you have. It looks to me like you could easily extend that patio space, at least increase the depth of it. I don't think you can light it up because that's a garage that's next to it, but it just seems very small. So the other thing I looked at was you have sloping roofs over not sure if it's a front entry or some of the areas. And if those became patios that had glass doors and people could walk outside and at least have a second floor patio where they have a chance maybe of looking out at the mountains, I think that to me would really, really help. And so doing away with, and I didn't think the sloping roofs helped anything in the desert, we don't really need that slope for snow, which is usually what you need it for. So that was one, looking at water usage, looking at the amount of patio space, or outside space, and possibly creating a second floor or a third floor patio space. In terms of what's in the site plan. The site plan's tight. I would prefer that if you could go higher with some of the units and create more, I don't know if you want to for a sale unit, but create more density that way. So we had a little more open space in this. It just feels tight to me. And I don't, if I was buying and I was looking at one of the old garden condos in Palm Springs that has a lot of garden area around it, and this, even if this was much higher end and higher finished, I think people might go for the areas that have more green space. And so competitively, I think you've got this wonderful area with a lot of open space, but this feels boxy and not open to it for me. And I think those are all of my comments on this. And I don't know if people agree with the water and the patios, but any openness that we can create, in any way that you can do it, I think would assist the attractiveness of the units. Are there any other comments? And I know we cut you off, but we have such a tight schedule today. I don't know if you want to respond more to us.
Yes, I would like to. I'll be very brief.
Okay.
So I'm using this one elevation as a go-by. I think that it might be a little misleading because what we're trying to show is the four views of this one particular building. Keep in mind that these are duplex buildings that are plotted 15 feet away from each other. And they're going to be very tight. And that's why there are elevations. For example, this facade here, unless you are inside the motor court, you will not see that. From the street, you will be seeing this facade here as well as the Paseo side when it turns corners. So I just want to make sure that we're not misleading you when generating this exhibit. You will also see that, for example, this facade here, this is not an exposed. So 15 feet away is another building right next to it. So with that said, the front patio walls, we intentionally did not, there's variation in the wall heights. There's a 3'6" low wall with a gate here so that you could put a patio chair there. You could sit outside. But yet, we're concerned about, because these private spaces are pretty tight, where do you put the AC condensers, as Ken Lyon recommended? That we need to shield that away from the street as you're driving by. The last thing you want to do is, you want to see 4 AC condensers outside every building. And then that's why we do have a portion of that front patio is behind a 6-foot tall wall.
Why don't you put them on the roof?
Pardon?
Put them on the roof.
Accessing the
There's plenty of condos in Palm Springs that have the AC units on the roof.
Okay, we could certainly study that, but also keep in mind that there's also solar panels that needs to be placed on the roof.
There's plenty of condos in Palm Springs that have solar panels and condensers on the roof.
Okay, all right. Then getting back to the second floor decks. The second floor outdoor spaces. Ken also mentioned that in his comments. However, coming back again to the density, can you imagine? Can you go back to the second floor cluster plan, please? It's toward the front. That we're paying very close attention to the privacy to your neighbor. But the last thing I wanted to do is put a deck on the second floor so that it's going to impact us inside this. No, keep the cluster second. Oh, you got it.
I don't think you can convince me of that in this short a time. You're going to have to come back with some drawings on it to convince me that you can't do it, and you can't do it in some locations.
Okay.
All right, Todd, what happened to the screen?
We still have it on our,
Okay, looks like it's coming.
Could you get the second floor plan on this cluster? Edward?
I'm trying, okay, here we go.
One sheet below. No, go back the other way. Yep, right there, please. So imagine this is that sloping roof or a flat roof. If we have if that become a second floor deck, that deck is going to impact the privacy of the units here as well as the unit here. And if we do that same deck across the corner here, again, you will have deck to deck. So that's why we are not providing these decks.
you might be able to do it on the end units. I just think you need to look more at that. You don't have outside space here that's sufficient for people who are living in the desert and coming to the desert because they want to enjoy the desert in the wintertime. And I mean, that's the thing you don't have with the way you've configured this. So you've got a problem to solve. And I don't think you've solved it.
Okay.
And those are comments, you wanted our feedback, so. I think at this point, we've got a really tight schedule, Chris, and we can't go further.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Chris. Madam Chair, do you want to talk about the issue of water feature? Because
Of what?
water, you talk about having spools.
Oh,
and so-
the
Do you-
concern
do-
for me is that you can't put spools in these units, and you don't have a pool or some kind of water feature that people can enjoy that's closer to their home. So I think that's something you have to solve, where I could have accepted it in the other layout because so many of the units could do spools. I'm not convinced that that works here.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, so even with the proximity to the clubhouse and the 3 or 4 pools across the street, you feel there needs to be
It's hot.
separate pools here?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a separate pool here. It's hot in the summertime. People want to walk out of their house and walk into a pool.
I would just add, as planning director, I feel an obligation to make a comment that as we add and layer on those items, the cost of these units will go up. And I think Commissioner Hirschbein put it well, and that I do think from the city's perspective, we want to encourage unit types that are providing an alternative to the other types of housing that is more
A communal
expensive.
pool for 242 units isn't going to it puts the cost up $500.
I would disagree, but
Clarify something based on what you said. I don't think good design of a unit makes it more expensive. So I don't know if you were just referring to the pool or the design part of my comment, but a good design does not have to be more expensive.
no, I'm saying that there is a market and a demand that we as a city are trying to meet for unit types and sizes and affordability levels that are alternatives to what we are seeing overwhelmingly in the city of Palm Springs.
100%.
And the more that we layer those types of amenities onto these units, the more we're
Oh, the
increasing the
amenities, okay.
cost and
So you're
chipping
not
away
talking
at
about
that
the
ability.
design?
Not at all.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
No,
No,
but
I
we've-
absolutely think we have design comments to
We
work
have
through.
398 homes that will use those 3 pools. Well, 1,100 can, but you know that you've probably got 398 that can't have a backyard pool and could use it. I'm just not sure that's enough. That, and it's, and having no water at all, I mean, not even a water feature. I guess the other thing I'd say is, in your Paseo areas, you need shade structures, you need to protect people from the summer heat. And I think you had one that I saw, but you're going to need more than that. It's going to need to be designed in some way that you have good shade for people to walk down that.
Chair. Just briefly,
Yes.
with all due respect, I appreciate that these are a different kind of product. I'm okay without the pool being directly in this location, given that it's 100 feet across the street, only because if the residents and the owners that are going to buy in here need a pool, they're not going to be buying, and the developer is going to say, we need to put it in a pool. I feel better that there is a space in that grand paseo down the middle that they can put a pool if they need to on retrofit. But I appreciate the fact that this is the different type of unit, and maybe not everybody needs their own pool or doesn't mind walking 100 feet across Maryland Way to get to the collective pool. So I feel less concerned about that. I wholeheartedly support the comments about shade, especially through that paseo. I think that needs to be done for sure, and I think that's easy to do.
I just look at a new development that I live in where of the 450 people that bought, there are probably no more than 10 that haven't put some water in, and most of them put it in after the first summer. So I'm just saying that it has to do with the heat that we experience if you're here in the summertime.
And having heard your comments about garages and how that impacts your marketing or marketability, I would echo that for a pool or access to a pool. I live without a garage. I don't live without a pool. Here in the desert, in the summer, especially with the kind of stark nature of the architecture, of everything about the design, I think you need something refreshing. That's going to be shade, it's going to be pool, and I think it should be closer to the homes.
And in the summer, most people are going to drive to the clubhouse, where they might walk to the paseo for shade. Any other comments? And so you've heard that we have a few differences, but we also have a lot of unanimity on comments. And I want to thank you all. And now we're recessed. We're going to be recessed, Chris, I think for a half an hour. So we're going to be late coming into the next meeting.
Okay, so we will adjourn until 5:55 when we will
Yes.
begin our regular meeting.
Yes. And I'm sorry for the people Thank you. Good evening, and I want to welcome you to what is now the 6 p.m. regular meeting of the Palm Springs Planning Commission for June 28th, 2023. Before we go forward, I just want to open this meeting in honor of two of our members who will be leaving us tonight, who've served 5.5 and 7 years, Peter Maruzzi and Michael Hirschbein. And I just want to thank you. And I'm a little teary for all of our years together. It's been great. Okay.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Leon,
Present.
Commissioner Hirschbein,
Jimmy, can you turn that down?
Present.
Commissioner Miller,
Present.
Commissioner Maruzzi,
Here.
Vice Chair Roberts is excused, and Chair Wormick.
Present.
5 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, the agenda was posted for public access at the City Hall exterior bulletin board by 9 p.m. on Thursday, June 22nd, in accordance with our policies and procedures.
Thank you. This time is set aside for public comments for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on consent calendar or other agenda items and items of general interest in our subject matter jurisdiction. Please note that the Planning Commission is prohibited from taking action on items not listed on the posted agenda. 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. Testimony for public hearings may be offered at this time or at the time of the hearing. Members of the public who would like to comment on item 1A or the planning director's report, which is the draft inclusionary ordinance, are directed to speak at this time. Are there members of the public who would like to address us now, or are you waiting until the item, until the hearing item? Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I misunderstood the agenda when I read it. I should have been here at 4:30 for the general comments for item 1A on the study session. That's what I'm wishing to speak about. I apologize for misunderstanding the agenda. My name is Bruce Younger. I reside in Miralon, where I serve on the HOA Board of Directors, and I'm here to speak on agenda item number 1, which was on the study session. I have previously addressed this commission on the traffic ingress and egress issues from this development. Currently, there are only 2 entrances in and out of the community, and both of them take traffic out onto Indian Canyon Drive. This should be considered a health and safety issue, as if there's ever any type of incident like an accident, fire, police activity that would shut down Indian Canyon Drive, we would be without any ingress or egress into the development. In addition, there are 2 of the 2 exit routes. One of them is frequently obstructed by construction equipment during working hours. That exit is to the west, also requires drivers heading towards downtown Palm Springs to make a dangerous U-turn on Indian Canyon Drive at Corazon Avenue. And we have recently started to get complaints from residents of Desert Highlands Gateway Estates regarding the U-turn traffic they are encountering when they're exiting on Indian Canyon Drive. There is a planned gate in the master plan of the community where Avenida Caballeros enters into the development and turns into Miralon Way. This street is already fully paved, the curbs are installed. However, the entrance is blocked by chain link fencing and it's not usable. The entrance would allow residents another route in and out of the development, and it's also the closest route to the nearly 200 completed homes there that are now completed. The residents of the development have repeatedly requested the developer to complete this gate entrance at Avenida Caballeros. But the developer has declined and stated that this item is not budgeted until later in the project's master development. We are requesting that as a condition for the approval of this project before you today, that you require the developer to complete the Avenida Caballeros entry-exit gate and have it operational before any work is allowed to commence on the particular site. Thank you. I appreciate your concern and attention today.
Madam Chair, I'm seeing no other speakers. However, I did just want to go back on the agenda. I think we skipped over acceptance of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
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 Yes, we'll reference it in the minutes.
The next item we have is the consent calendar. It is the approval of minutes for June 22nd, 2022, December 14th, 2022, January 25th, 2023, February 8th, 2023, February 22nd, 2023, and March 22nd, 2023. Can I have a motion on this?
Madam Chair, I'd like to note for the record that I have some, excuse me, minor technical corrections for the June 22nd, 2022, December 14, 2022, and March 22nd, 2023 that I have given to the director. And subject to those minor corrections, I would move approval.
Are they included in this?
No.
They're edits that we can make if the commission agrees with them. Commissioner, you may want to summarize some of the changes. A lot of them are sort of typos and things like that that we need to correct at the staff level.
Corrected the name of one of the landscaping materials that was referenced, and a lot of more typos or clerical type issues where words were just missing, so it didn't quite make sense.
Okay. Commissioner Miller and then Commissioner Marucci.
I just have two brief comments on the February 22nd, 2023 minutes. Page 2, middle of the page, commission comments. In response to Commissioner Miller's regarding the intent, the word question should be in there, Commissioner Miller's question. And then on the next page, page 3, toward the bottom of the page, 3 lines up, staked stone should be stacked stone. It's staked twice there.
Commissioner Marucci.
For the minutes of December 14th, 2022, I have to abstain because I was absent.
Commissioner Hirschbein, do you have changes?
Just June 22, I was absent.
Okay, so if we have a motion accepting Commissioner Alain's changes that have been previously submitted, the 2 changes made by Commissioner Miller, and a recusal, and the 2 recusals, have you caught those dates?
So moved.
Go ahead and use the system. So who was the motion? Can you go ahead and make the motion on the system? That way we'll get it.
Yes.
So the first, I can make it for you. Who was the motion maker?
We're still, I'm stating the motion, so we're not going to, if it's still being stated with those items in it.
Uh-huh.
So do I have a motion from someone?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Push the button?
It doesn't, it said motion is closed.
Well, I say yes, so.
Lets us say yes. Mine doesn't let us say yes.
And then Scott.
No.
Okay, is it?
Start vote.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Moving right along. The next item is a public hearing item. It's request by the City of Palm Springs for approval of the annual update of the Palm Springs zoning code, case 5.1466 ZTA. And we'll have a staff report prior to public comment.
Yes. Let me pull up the presentation. All right, good evening, commissioners. This item relates to the annual zoning code update. I will go through some of the more substantive changes individually, but as a reminder, we endeavor to make administrative corrections to the code each year to address various issues that may have arisen over the course of the past year. For example, if we need to reflect changes to state law or other regulations that impact the zoning code, or if we become aware of conflicts with other regulatory frameworks or legal opinions. We do this to ensure that the zoning code is relatively current where we can. What I would like to say at this time is that the annual update is not intended to implement major shifts in policy. We would typically want to ensure that there's more public consultation where we're introducing new policy or making those major shifts or deviations. And that said, I did also want to highlight again that we will be embarking on our comprehensive update to the zoning code shortly. Obviously, we had intended to have begun that process by now, but with delays in the general plan update, we're a little delayed on that, but I expect we'll be rolling that out in the next few weeks. So I think that there are a number of issues that we've been discussing over the course of the last year that need more analysis and more discussion, and those items, if you're not seeing them in here, will be addressed through that comprehensive update. With that, I'll go ahead and run through some of the bigger changes, and then we can open it up for discussion. The first item relates to the definition of tennis and sports courts. And so I just want to start by saying that you all will have seen a really high volume of correspondence that we've received in the last 24 to 36 hours or so regarding this issue, particularly from residents of Asina. And I just kind of want to discuss that before we talk about what we're changing here. It's important to ground this conversation in what we are doing here as well as what the existing policy framework is. Many of the comments that were received are relative to a potential project that, as I understand it, is being explored for the former Desert Sun building on Jean Autry, immediately adjacent to Asina. We've not had detailed conversations with that property owner or with any applicant there, but what I do understand is they've been engaging with residents of Asina around a potential pickleball facility as well as some other uses that they're exploring there. I want to be clear that that application has not been filed. It is not subject of this discussion, nor are the changes that we are making through this annual update applicable in any way to that site. What we are looking at here are changes on residential sites, and we are looking at establishing a policy framework where today none exists. So I just want to be really clear on that. If development of that Desert Sun building does proceed, we will go through the proper process at that time, depending on what it is that they're proposing to do. So I just want to be very clear for members of the public as well as the commission that we're not looking at a specific development proposal at that site at this time. I think it's also really important to understand that today the zoning code really only identifies tennis courts as having a specific level of oversight. There are other sports courts that happen that are not regulated by today's rules that in theory are very widely permissible and not subject to the additional oversight that we see in these tennis court provisions. We have over the years made different policy determinations to allow us to employ the tennis court provisions to other sports courts, including pickleball. But really what we want to do here is codify that in the zoning code to give us more protection, but also certainly more clarity to property owners in terms of what they can and cannot do. So I just want to stress that we are actually introducing more oversight to sports courts other than tennis courts where today none exists. And then finally, just to sort of build upon that, and given the tremendous public, interest in pickleball courts and some of the specific concerns that may be generated by those uses, I think that there is absolutely some work that needs to be done and some analysis to be done on the noise around that particular use and how we may need to regulate that better. As I said in my opening remarks, we'll be starting the comprehensive update soon, and I imagine that we can look at that issue as part of that process and see what we might need to do to differentiate pickleball from other types of sports courts on residential sites and perhaps also elsewhere. So that's a conversation we will continue to have. So what are we actually doing here? Kind of touched on this already. Right now we have regulations in 930101 specific to tennis courts on residential sites. Everything is defined as being relative to tennis courts. It allows us to regulate things like wall heights for visual screening and noise attenuation, setbacks, lighting, things of that sort, again, for private tennis courts on residential sites. What we are simply looking to do is really expand that definition to, say, tennis and other sports courts, so that we then have the ability to use those tools to make sure that those uses are appropriate on the site they're being proposed on. So that is the basis of that change. The next item relates to the approval process for planned development districts. And so, this sort of builds upon some of the changes that you all considered in 2019, where we bifurcated the development and architectural review process.
Can you just tell us the numbers as you go through it?
I can. So I didn't plan to go through every item in here because some really are administrative corrections, and so they're kind of summarized at the end. But this item on this slide is related to...
Number 9.
Thank you, number 9. Yes. So today, for planned development districts, at the preliminary stage, that review occurs with the Planning Commission and then is approved by the City Council. And the final development plan comes back in and is reviewed again by the Planning Commission. What we are not clear on in the code is ARC's role in reviewing that. And again, I think looking back to what we intended through the 2019 changes and just how we actually apply this in practice, we want to make sure that there's an architectural review that happens at that final stage. So what we have proposed here is to clarify that the ARC would review the final PD where the overall development plan is substantially compliant with what you all have approved at the tentative stage. If there are changes to that, it would have to come back through a modification process. If it's minor, it might be dealt with at the staff level, but if it's not sort of a minor change, it would have to go through the process again with the Planning Commission. So I just want to clarify that. Yes, Commissioner.
Well, how does that comport with the state law about limiting the number of reviews a residential project can?
So the idea here is that it wouldn't come to Planning Commission at the final stage. So we would be we would be taking it from Planning Commission down to ARC in terms of that final development review. Again, only where it's compliant with what you've all approved at the tentative stage.
And then to council?
And no council at the final stage because you've all approved it at the tentative.
So we can come back to it.
We can discuss that, but I would
Yeah.
say, to your point, we do have to be cognizant of the number of meetings that we're having on projects. All right, where are we? Slide 4. On housing, and these are related to item 7. They're located a little bit throughout here. So item 7. Well, I'll start with item 7 because that's the first one here. So item 7 relates to 2-unit projects. Today, the rules indicate that to take advantage of the urban lot split provisions of SB 9, the units need to be owner occupied. And what we are saying here is that nonprofit developers may also utilize those tools, again, to sort of look at the groups that are trying to produce affordable housing types, to allow them to utilize those tools and produce more housing throughout the city. In terms of the density bonus ordinance, and forgive me as I compare to my notes where that is located. And of course, I cannot find it. Number 6. We are looking, this is interesting in that I believe we sort of just took what state law said and put it into our zoning code when we developed that density bonus ordinance, and state law really only requires you to grant a density bonus ordinance to moderate income affordable housing where it is owned, where it's an ownership model. It does not have to apply to rental housing. I think what we're seeing specifically in our market and the type of development that we're seeing and the interest that we're seeing in moderate income housing is we are proposing that we would expand that to apply to rental housing that includes moderate income housing so that we can continue to incentivize that affordable housing development. And then finally, for planned development districts, we are looking to allow additional modifications through that process, again, subject to Planning Commission recommendation and oversight for a few items to be modified that today cannot be modified through that process. And this is in response to development we're seeing that's running into some issues that's limiting what they can pencil out and develop under today's zoning. And so that would be for lot coverage and open space. That's where we're really seeing constraints, particularly in that medium and high density market, where we're looking to get more units in those categories and we're being constrained by the lot coverage and open space requirements. We've also put in an additional story that can be granted. That would be outside of the other density bonus provisions that exist, and again, subject to discretion and approval by you all. And then there's just a series of cleanup items. So for architectural review and development permit process, looking again at our list, are, I believe, a combination on item 11 and item 10. Right now, we don't include this, but we think it's good to provide some additional oversight for hillside additions and remodels to undergo minor architectural review. So that would be done at the staff level, but right now that isn't required, and we believe that, in accordance with the way the balance of the rules are structured, that would be helpful. We've also provided clarification on application submittal requirements. And then we've also defined the effective date of approval. So right now, we have essentially two different processes that are occurring. Again, this goes back to the 2019 changes that were made, where the development permit could be approved by the Planning Commission and will have a certain effective date and therefore lapsing date. But then it needs to go to architectural review for their review, and that will also have its own effective date and lapsing provision date. So we want to try to sort of fuse those together by saying that the development permit would become effective 6 months after the Planning Commission's decision or at the time of ARC approval, whichever occurs first. And again, this is just to kind of minimize confusion that could happen under today's process where you have different effective dates and therefore different lapsing dates, if that makes sense. And then finally, another administrative change for architectural review, which is more of a cleanup item, in that given the structure and their relationship to the Planning Commission, we would just correct that any appeals on architectural review decisions be filed with the city's planning department rather than the city clerk, because we're the ones that manage that and bring it to you all. There are a whole series of corrections that are being made. I know we've gone back and forth on planning department versus development services department, so we are correcting that, as well as references to my title where applicable to go back to planning services and planning director. The next one's interesting, and I will flag where it is. Number 8, and this is conditional use permit lapsing provision. So this is in response to case law and different decisions that have happened over the years, where the advice from the city attorney's office is that we cannot have conditional use permits automatically lapse. They actually need to go through a revocation process. So we are simply establishing that process to say, after 2 years, we may or you may initiate a revocation process to rescind that conditional use permit rather than having it automatically lapse because there's some question as to whether that's legally sound. And that is kind of the summary of the major changes in here, as well as some of the cleanup items. Depending on your decision tonight, this will go on to the City Council for their decision. And again, a reminder that we will be doing a comprehensive update of the zoning code in the coming weeks and months to address some of the bigger issues.
Questions of staff?
What was the
Commissioner Hirschbaum?
point about the Virgin Hotel? I didn't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over that part. We're just eliminating the reference to that development agreement in the zoning code text because it is essentially defunct. So that project's not proceeding, and we're just cleaning it up by taking it out of the code.
Oh, I didn't know it was in the code. Okay.
Do people have questions? Commissioner Land and then Commissioner
I
Miller.
have questions. I'm just wondering, how do you want to handle this? Because I have questions or comments on maybe half a dozen things, and are you going to
Why
step
don't we-
through them?
Why
or-
don't we mention the numbers, and then we'll take anybody who has similar points on that on that issue.
Okay. The first one I have comments on or questions is number 4. I don't know if anybody has on 1 through 3. And specifically, my questions or concerns deal with the lighting of the sport courts. As it stands now, do applicants need to submit a photometric study? How do you determine if there's going to be variation in foot candles to meet the criteria that we have here?
As I understand it, they do have to submit that
Okay.
as part of that conditional use permit process.
Okay. I noticed that in one place we're talking, in some zones, that the lighting can't be greater than 400 watts. In other places, it can't be greater than 1,000 watts. And given that in both the zones, you're doing the same thing, which is lighting a tennis court in the dark, or whatever sport court it's going to be, I'm not sure what's going on, and is that correct? That some courts need to be darker than others?
I think the idea here is, so subsection 1 is applicable to single-family residential zones, whereas section 2, where you get that, the higher amount of light, the higher wattage, are
Yes.
multifamily zones. So I think the differentiation there is simply that if you're in a single-family neighborhood, higher amount of light will impact your neighbors greater than if you're on a larger multifamily site and presumably, or potentially surrounded by
But
other uses.
what
that
this
might
is
not-
doing is it's limiting the amount of light per fixture. So it's not saying that if you're in a single-family zone, you can only have a certain number
I
of
see.
foot candles would be the way to accomplish it, because this would allow you to just install more light fixtures and have it as bright as in another zone.
So I think, again, these rules have been in place and we're simply looking to apply them to other types of sports courts, but I think the point is taken and that is something we could certainly analyze
Yeah, especially if it's
further.
going to be controversial in the future as we look at other types of courts.
Yeah, I think that we could make that cleaner and sort of put that line where it needs to be.
Okay. And I also noticed that on the other zones, item G, it says night lighting of courts must maintain a 60-foot setback from property lines. I don't think that's possible. Light crosses property lines. I don't know if maybe they were trying to say night lighting, the fixtures need a setback.
Rather
But
than the light itself.
okay, it doesn't make a lot of sense there. Should be fixtures. Okay.
And that's something we could consider making, that to me isn't a major policy shift. So we can think about that if you wish as part of
Okay.
this.
That's all I have on that item.
Does anybody else have comments on number 4? I do, because I think some of the standards that are here will not apply to the other uses that you've included with tennis courts. And I know we can't make that change tonight, but I think the one thing that's good in this is that it says that an application has to come to Planning Commission. But it's, I think, important to look through the changes before we start seeing applications for other courts. And I don't remember a Planning Commission or an application to us for a tennis court for maybe 4 or 5 years. If I'm correct. Flynn, you might.
See, I think the most recent one we had was for a house on Rose Avenue. But that was probably, you're right, about 3 to 4 years ago, I think. And at the time, if I remember correctly, they were also proposing to do pickleball. So it's important that we add this language to our zoning code to make sure it's clear.
Right, but standards for the two of them will be very different, even though on Rose Court, it might have been one of the largest lots in the city, which is what we typically get with tennis, when they want to add a tennis court. They've got something that's 20,000, 40,000, 50,000 square feet, something like that. But I do think it's important to get the language changes in before we start requiring things that don't apply to the sport. That's it. You had your next, you want to go through the next one you have? or-
The next one I have is number 9. I don't know if, and
that's the
it
one
sounded
that
as
I
though you
have.
wanted to discuss that one too.
Yes. Yeah. Why don't we go to 6?
And this, so, Madam Chair, my comments on number 6 are really almost grammatical. On page 4, toward the top of the page, under density bonus, density bonus is 10% moderate income shall be granted a density bonus of up to 5%. I would recommend putting in the words up to, because otherwise it seems like it must be a 5% bonus, and I think you mean to say up to 5%.
I think that's state law.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
they
meant-
shall be, I mean, it's required? Okay, all right, I stand corrected there then, and I think I recall now back to my planning days. And then under ineligible developments toward the bottom of the page, as I read that paragraph, it didn't seem like that little subheading under A, vacated rental property generally, was covering all of the items that paragraph presents. Specific toward the bottom, it talks about it didn't seem to be just talking about vacated rental property, I didn't think, and so, unless I'm not reading that correctly.
I think it was going toward Torquid units, is back when that was a major issue.
It talks about if the rental units have been vacated or demolished in a 5-year period, or have been subject to a recorded covenant. So those that are subject to a recorded covenant may not be vacated, right? Unless I was reading that wrong. It's just something to look at.
Are you just saying it's confusing?
I'm just saying it seems confusing, at least to me, and I don't know if anyone else read that like I did, but if everyone else is reading it correctly, then I stand corrected again.
Defined correctly. I know I read it at least 3 times trying to understand it.
Well, and
I don't know
I
what
would
the right answer is.
add, similar to the other issue that you flagged, this is largely taken directly from state law, so not
Maybe
that I wanna
limited on
deflect
edits.
the blame, but in this instance, I may be able to.
Okay.
And it really goes to units taken off of rent control under the Torca statute. And so it's very directed by state law. The main thing I want to say about this is thank you for these changes, and density bonuses are a policy issue that when we do the update, we need to really increase the density bonuses that we allow.
I agree.
housing.
I think, this is a step, and we feel it's a good one to make it this time, but there's more work to be done on this, so I'm sure we'll continue to discuss this item.
Anybody have anything else before 9? I have a general comment on that, which is, and I sat on the group that worked on the PD ordinance change. I think the final plan should come back to Planning Commission. It should come to the commission that approves it to make sure that it's substantially in agreement. If you want to add something for architectural review, because we would have had a procedure to have architectural review involved in the mix at that point. But I think their review has to come after there's agreement that it's substantially the same. And I do think it has to be Planning Commission. That's too important. PDs are too important to treat them like they're a hillside lot.
I will have to say that I had a little bit of a concern reading through this as well. My mind going towards architects know a whole lot of things I don't know anything about. But I do know more about planning, and I wasn't completely comfortable that architects would have the same knowledge of the planning concerns. That being said, I was prepared to, if staff recommended it, to say that it's fine. I suspect that in either regard, staff will really do the lion's share of the review themselves and bring it forward to the committee or commission. But I will say that the wording, whichever way it goes in here, is a little bit muddied, I believe. In fact, it ends up by saying that the final development plan has been approved by the Planning Commission or the City Council, and which completely confused me because I thought we were just shifting the other way. It also, and that's in C7 of item 9, that whole paragraph to me was a little bit muddied where new language had been inserted. But I think the first thing probably for us to decide as a commission is what our recommendation is, where should it go, and then worry about the wording to, should the final review or the back check go to the Planning Commission or to the Architectural Review Committee?
And I think it would be a normal process like that we have where they would look at finishes and buildings, but the conformity to what had been previously approved, I think, should be the commission that looks at it originally.
I would be concerned about adding another step in the process. So I think, from staff's perspective, we were trying to ensure that there was, just to talk about our thinking, and you've all engaged in this process much more than I, so I will listen to the debate. But in conversations with our team and then thinking about how it happens, I think there was a concern that there was no role for the ARC as defined currently, and that by the time you're coming into final, ideally, you've all had your say on it, you've all given the feedback on the site plan, and what is coming forward at final should reflect what you've already seen and what City Council has approved. And that there is an opportunity for you at that tentative stage to give direction on the architecture, both to the applicant and to us, to the ARC in their review. So the idea was that what's coming forward at that time is what you've already approved, and we're just looking at the design details. Now, in practice, it may work differently,
In
but
practice,
that was the thinking.
It's years, and things don't come back the same.
So I do think we need to be cognizant of process. We do have direction to minimize the number of meetings. There's state law around that. The council is very sensitive to that.
You can
So-
bring architectural review, the people into the meeting. You can do something like that, but I think it has to go back to the same commission.
So my recommendation would be if the commission is not comfortable in sort of delegating that responsibility, that we sort of leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
It sounds like that's what the consensus, I think, of the commission would be. Obviously, staff could take it to council and they could decide to do otherwise, I suppose, right?
I have, in my short tenure on the commission here, I have seen it's not just a pro forma rubber stamp. And there are times when the planners, the Planning Commission has said, no, this is not in substantial accordance with the preliminary plan, despite the recommendation from staff. I'd also take a look at my fellow commissioner to the right and look at him. He's had a lot of experience in these things, and ask what his recommendation would be.
Well, in my 31-plus years of public sector planning and zoning, I find the architectural review committees sort of reach here to be different than what I've been used to, and I've never had something go to an architectural review after it's gone to the Planning Commission, to tell you the truth. So I certainly support the Planning Commission seeing it, but I am also sensitive to trying to minimize the number of steps that a developer has to go through, because that's time and that's money and that's increased costs to development. So I am sensitive to that issue as well. But it is odd that we would relegate some important details to no offense, but to a less, a body that has less authority than we do, so.
And some of the way this has worked out is a little more delegating more than I thought we were delegating in the beginning. It was to eliminate the confusion of the architectural review people having to look at something when they didn't know what the entitlements would be, and that always created problems. But this just feels like it's a step too far. And if you want them to look at the final before it comes to us for approval and have that step in here, because it's a PD, and a PD is a big deal because you're changing zoning, I don't see that that's too many steps.
Right, so I'm hearing there's consensus around this issue, so what I'm thinking is we need to have more discussion on this, and perhaps we'll see what we can bring back in the comprehensive update.
Well, but what I'm kind of saying is I wouldn't recommend this going to city council, this piece, the way it is.
Right, so I think make that in your resolution, certainly, when you get to that stage, and just, you know, for the purposes of conversation, I think that's something that we'll study further and see if we can land on something that addresses all of our concerns.
And you're speaking here specifically about C7, 8, and 9, not about D, the minimum development standards, which also impact the PDD.
Correct. I think
Okay.
for our discussion, we're talking subsection C, right, which is the process change and the approval authority. D is around those standards and giving sort of, again, more flexibility for medium and high density developments, which I think, you know, staff certainly continues to recommend.
And on D, I also had a little bit of a concern, now that we're done with C. The way it's written, we're very broad and open-ended, and I don't know if that's deliberate or not, but we say that it may involve an added building story, and also where we're talking about the reduced the reduced open space, or the percentage of, do we mean to do this without setting any limits, say up to a certain amount, or where, and in fact, where we say that it may allow an additional story, we aren't even specific there. It's this, the way it's inserted in the sentence, if it's not specific, if we're talking about the surrounding properties, get the added story because they've got this dense thing going next to them, or if we mean that for the development itself. But between that, I think I know what we're trying to do, but the language that, the wording that is inserted didn't really make it clear for me. And in particular on the, let's see, on item Roman numeral 3, minimum open space standards may be modified. Did we want to say how much, or just they could be modified? Do we want a maximum lot coverage?
So for that item, I think we were purposely vague, and I think the thinking was we are seeing this as really limiting the ability of these projects that want to provide affordable housing at those density limits to provide what they would like to have, provide to pencil out. I don't know that we have the right number in mind. And so because this is such a discretionary process, I think we purposely left it open for discussion at the staff level, and then certainly with the Planning Commission and City Council. If you all feel more comfortable putting an upward limit there, I think we'd be happy to look at that.
It doesn't say affordable housing. That's my problem with it.
Under number 3, it says providing affordable housing within medium and high density residential uses, Roman numeral 3 on page 7. And I didn't expressly say that in my presentation, but it
Yeah,
was
and
meant for that.
it doesn't say, you know, for a minimum of 20 units or a certain percentage of affordable. And if we're trying to be very accommodating of all affordable housing projects, then I get it, and I think it's set up just fine, and in fact, I like it. But I wanted to make sure that was intentional, because there's
It was, and just for some context, we are dealing with a project where they're not necessarily providing the amount to take full advantage of all of the density bonus provisions, but they are providing what we think is a meaningful number of affordable units. So they're being hemmed and boxed in by these current rules. And so I think we have more work to do with them to figure out how much they need to vary it by. I'm certainly not expecting, you know, a 75% variance. Which I think is the concern you're getting at, but I don't know that we know what the right number is at this point. if
Chris,
that
are you
makes
doing
sense.
this for us? You're doing this, is this going beyond the purview of this update where you're changing policy?
I think because we have a lot of rules in here that are already looking to modify certain development standards, and we're adding one or two new into it, we felt comfortable with it, but that's certainly, you know, for your discussion. This isn't a wholesale new policy. We have a process already to modify those development standards. It just currently is silent on those two items. And the city attorney has reviewed this in our city attorney's office and didn't raise that objection, I should say. And Jim, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I don't know that increasing 10% is a minor modification either. 10% of the units.
Sorry, which item are we on now?
G.
So that,
I'm sorry, Mr. Hadwin, did you want me to chime in there for a second? Or?
sure, but maybe Kathy before, sorry,
Sure.
Chairwoman, before we go to that item G, maybe Mr. Priest, if you want to speak to Roman numeral 3 and chairperson's questions.
Yes, I mean, we did review that section. I mean, legally, it passes muster. It's really the commission's opinion that we're soliciting this evening. If you think that this is a significant policy change to the point that maybe it needs to have further discussion, we could loop that in with some of the other discussion that we've been talking about with some of the prior topics. But again, this is going to be a policy question at the end of the day.
And that's probably what the problem is that it's an undefined policy at this point. It's not defined enough to just, I mean, I'm sympathetic to making the change for affordable housing. I want it much more specific than this. So I'd like to know what you're proposing, and this is very open-ended.
Well, and again, just to reflect what Mr. Hadwin had mentioned earlier, this is part of the PDD process. And so, you know, this is necessarily a flexible process. And I think that was, you know, staff's attempt there was to maintain flexibility and all that. But again, if the commission has thoughts about placing some sort of a limit on this, you know, that's certainly the commission can provide direction to us, and then we can incorporate that.
And the flip side to that, as we were discussing this, is the more parameters we put around it, the more, you know, we can't plan for every situation. And so the concern is specifically because this is limited to just affordable housing projects, do we want to have zoning as a barrier to those projects?
If I was doing this, I'd want to see a drawing of what it did to a site. I think that's, I can't envision exactly what this change is going to mean.
I mean, the
think
reality
that's-
is we don't know because it's a site-specific, it's a case-by-case basis, so the drawings would come at the time of the application. This would be subject to your review and input before they could take advantage of this policy.
And I would just point out, Madam Chair, at the end of the day, that this is tied to a PDD process where ultimately the city does have discretion to simply say no. It's a legislative entitlement. And as I understand, Mr. Hadwin, correct me if I'm wrong, but typically some sort of a site plan is submitted as part of the PDD application process now. Am I correct?
Right. So right. So those details would get fleshed out at that time, and
So
and you would
the
have the
applicant that
latitude to
was
say no.
talking about a specific plan is talking about a PDD that came to us.
We were exploring different tools to get to the amount of housing that we felt was appropriate and best met the needs of that area. And we felt like whichever tool we used, there were downsides to. So we're trying to expand the toolbox to allow us to facilitate conversations with affordable housing developers.
And you didn't think that there was some limit that you could include in this
I
before you thought that through?
I think that we didn't want to plan for every permutation. I think that there's too many factors that would go into that. And again, because we're talking just about affordable housing developments that would come in through a highly discretionary process, we felt that that was a conversation best had on a case-by-case basis. What I might suggest as one potential option is, if we want to make sure that we are addressing what today is a zoning barrier to affordable housing production, I'm open to suggestions on what that upward limit might look like. I don't have an answer to that today, but another option would be that we could commit as part of the comprehensive update to further refining this policy and putting parameters around it. I don't know that we'll see a rush of applications in the year or so before we undertake that process or complete that process, but that is another option that
Not
you all
unless
could.
we have a lot more discretionary cash we can add
Right.
into the pot for the developers.
So this could be a step towards maybe having that broader conversation.
Commissioner Miller?
Yeah, just a further question really on number 9. I see that in Roman numeral 3, where we're talking about modifying open space, it's clearly tied into affordable housing. But you've been speaking as if these other provisions, including the added building story and the 10% increase in units, are also tied to affordable housing. I didn't see where that
No.
connection is.
Sorry, let me clarify. So the building height, I think, was living outside of the affordable housing. So,
Right.
and I think that's certainly input that we're open to. I don't know that that was necessarily intentional or not. I can understand if there's a concern about blowing that open, so happy to take direction on that. But again, I think from my perspective, the most important flexibility we want to provide is for either rental housing or affordable housing. So I would be happy to take feedback on that. On G, and sorry, Chairwoman, you started to talk about this and then we went in a different direction. This was intended, and if you read the whole thing, we've had a couple circumstances where through internal reconfiguration, we've had an increase in the number of units without changes to the sort of the overall development plan or building, even in some cases. And we were, if you look at A, we're allowing you through a minor mod to do a reduction, but we don't speak to the increase. So this was not meant to be sort of a wholesale increase in the number of units, but rather where there are only negligible increases to the building form and square footage. So this is really meant to address internal site reconfiguration that might get you up to 10% more units that could go through a minor process.
Can
That
you
was what we
be
were trying
just
to
a
do.
little more clear in this? I'm not opposed to that if it's an internal reconfiguration.
Just to clarify the
I might
language.
just, I was on the PD committee. We might have narrowed things too much. I mean, I don't know if that's the case. We were dealing with some things that were excesses and really pulled back. Maybe we've gone too far. And you don't have enough tools left to work with. I understand that. But if you take G and talk about reconfiguration, and you talk about the open space in the context of affordable housing or rental, not just medium and high density zones, but rental housing. And I think, for me, I would have a difference if it was high density for sale housing or if it's rental. I think what I want to encourage is rental.
So just to clarify, under Roman numeral 3 on page 7, it does say the maximum lot coverage and minimum open space standards may be modified for projects providing affordable housing within medium and high density residential zones. So I think we're covered on that. Am I hearing you say you want to add rental? affordable housing or rental projects?
I would go to rental, but that's just me, because I don't think we haven't approved any rental for
And
20 years, other than
I
living
think when we
out.
discussed this at the staff level, we felt in the absence of the broader state direction and housing element commitments that we've made, we wanted more time to analyze the broader rental conversation. If your direction is to add that now, I would just ask Mr. Priest if he's okay with that, but we would certainly be open to making that change now.
Mr. Priest?
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and make that recommended change now at this point.
Does the commission agree with me?
Well, so you're suggesting that rental housing that is market rate would be subject to this additional open space incentive? Because I've got a concern with that.
We don't have
I think
any.
it should be tied to affordability.
I'm
not sure that I agree with that, but it's because we have no rental housing except for living out that's been built in 20 years. And it is one of the things that's driving high rents as much as the lack of clearly affordable units is the lack of any rental units.
Well, and I'm not opposed to offering incentives or talking about deliberating on incentives for incentivizing more rental housing in the city, but I don't know that we do that through this cleanup provision, and maybe we look at beyond open space, we look at building height, we look at densities to incentivize rental.
By nature, most affordable housing is rental. There wouldn't be any, we wouldn't see any high-rise or higher for sale affordable housing that somebody's building because the subsidies are greater. So I think by definition, what you have here is rental and affordable. But it's partially, if it has some affordable component. When you say affordable housing, even the deeply affordable that we've approved has some units that are at median income or moderate income.
Right. I don't think our intention writing this was to say it needed to be 100% affordable housing project. And we were, to Commissioner Land's point, purposely silent on the percentage or amount of affordable housing that would need to be required. You know, if you all feel differently on that, we can talk, but I think there's so many variables that go into what works, including state funding and other funding sources, that we wanted, again, because this is a highly discretionary process, to leave that open for site-by-site conversation.
I don't think you should put the requirement that these incentives only apply to rental, because it might, I'm not saying it will, but it might discourage affordable for sale housing.
Madam Chair, I'm getting, although I was the first one to leap into this conversation, I'm getting increasingly concerned and uncomfortable with the fact that I think some of these are really policy decisions. We're talking about you can add an extra story, you can reduce open space. These are things that people in Palm Springs really care about. And we're having a public hearing with the description of saying it's no major policy changes are proposed as part of this annual update. And I think that if the public understood that we were proposing things like allowing an extra story, they would want to speak to the issue.
We'd have a room full of people.
I think that's true.
So I would love to, and we've had this conversation before, and I'm all over the fact that we need more rental housing, and I absolutely agree with you, and I think it's important, and I think affordable housing is important, and we should do whatever we can to make it happen. But I'm not sure that this is the place to do it, because this is really housekeeping changes in the ordinance.
And furthermore, the Director Hedwin has confirmed that the adding a building story and the 10% increase in units isn't tied to affordable. So I think now that the city is considering an affordable housing provision and a housing and jobs linkage fee with non-residential, I'm concerned about providing these incentives here without them being tied to an affordability provision, because I think we're giving away the farm just at the same time we're going to be discussing the requirement for developers to provide affordable housing. I think we need to keep these back of house as tools in the toolbox to offer to a developer to incentivize the affordability of their units. So I've got concerns both on this being more than a cleanup item, as well as there's no tie to these flexibilities to an affordable provision.
Is this in our housing element? I
We
mean, are
we
these
certainly
things-
have commitments both in the existing and the housing element that's working through the process to be pro-housing and to remove barriers to housing production. So we were seeing this as an easy way to actually meet one of the commitments that we were making in the new housing element. That was part of the thinking on this, but I hear the concerns.
I mean, I think it takes us into policy, but if it's needed to get the housing element through and just tying this to affordability, not making any changes except the site plan, increased units being allowed by a site plan reconfiguration, I guess I would allow it because we have to get our housing element approved.
And maybe we park the height issue because it's a little unclear in here. It's not tied to affordable housing as written, and maybe we need more thinking on that. Clarify the language, and I'm just thinking out loud, certainly not giving direction, but just trying to piece together conversations. Clarify the language on the 10% increase to just internal reconfigurations. And then are you suggesting for the Roman numeral number 3, keeping that insofar as it's tied just to affordable housing?
Oh, yeah. And I would justify it with the housing element.
Can you clarify for me? The housing element has not yet been approved. Typically, you approve the housing element, and it has a list of the things that you're going to be doing to reduce barriers to providing affordable housing. Was any of this included in the barriers that we were going to? Is approval of the housing element by the HCD contingent upon us already having done this? Or is that one of the things that we have represented that we will do after they approve it?
The latter, that. So
Okay, so it's not going to hold up approval of the...
In our 4th round of review, which we're currently entering, and we will come back to this during director's reports, we are being pushed further and further and further to make these sort of pro-housing and geographically targeted commitments. And so I wouldn't say we have anything in there that says we will modify the PD ordinance in this exact way, but we certainly have and have been sort of made to have commitments around removing these kinds of barriers and addressing them. And so in our thinking, given that we have to have time-based, very clear metrics, this is one that we put a close metric on, thinking that we could chip away at it quickly. But that's for us to work through.
And this would come to council after the next meeting on the housing element?
This would potentially, yes. Yeah, I don't see this going before July 24th.
Can we have the Mr. Priest come back and give us a opinion if this really is policy that we're looking at? And if it is, have we noticed the hearing properly and given a proper summary in the staff report?
Thank you, Commissioner. It has been properly noticed. You are here with proper hearing on this evening. I think staff, was presenting these as an update as opposed to a major policy shift. If the planning commission believes that some of these are a significant policy shift and not suitable this evening, what you could do is you could recommend some of these items as cleanup or an update, and then ask to pull some of these, and those could be discussed on a more substantive basis later. But I think that it was noticed properly. We are having a public hearing that is proper. And the staff report, again, outlined these as cleanup. I think there's some debate whether these are just cleanup or policy. The commission, has a different belief on that, it sounds like, and that's fine. So that would be my advice, is if there are certain things here that you believe are a significant shift in policy, you may want to just pull those from your recommendation for further discussion, and then move forward the ones that you believe are non-substantive updates, cleanups, tweaks to the language.
Thank you. I think the one thing that I'm really uncomfortable with, and would suggest that it is policy, is the additional story for all planned developments. That being said, I don't have a particular objection to making the recommendations, but in passing it on to the city council, drawing to their attention this specific item or these specific items, so that they don't think that we're trying to slide things through and make policy for them, because it really, to me, is a policy issue.
So just as a reminder, we're still asking questions of staff. We're not making recommendations because we
Kind of
haven't had the
blurred,
public
yes.
hearing yet. So
Thank you.
maybe we can go through the other items and then we can go. Any other items that people wanted to discuss?
I just had one more question, and it is on item 11. And Director Hadwin discussed this, but I didn't quite understand. We're going from a 15-day waiting period before approval or before a decision becomes final to 6 months, and I wasn't quite understanding why that large a leap.
6 months or approval of the major architectural review, whichever comes first. And the idea there is when, as I understand it, the process was bifurcated when we did that cleanup a couple of years ago. It used to be done together, and so it made sense to just say effective 15 days. Now you have one process that goes first, and then it's followed by ARC. So you have this lag between when the development permit is approved and when the architectural process happens. And so you have two different effective dates and therefore two different lapsing dates. And so we're trying to sort of fuse those together as closely as possible to say it takes effect either 6 months from now or once you receive that ARC approval, so that we don't have a sort of huge gap between those two processes, if that makes sense.
Got it. Thank you.
It's an improvement, but you're saying that you would get planning commission or city council approval if it'd been appealed or they'd pulled it up, and then if ARC didn't finish it within 6 months, it would become final, or they give an approval.
Correct. And we didn't want to have I think there was some question as to why we put the 6 months in there at all. And the answer to that is you may never go forward with the ARC approval. So we didn't want there to be no sort of start date for the clock for that ability to revoke. So that's why we've said 6 months or ARC approval.
I think it's really good.
But just to clarify, this is essentially adding 6 months to the development tolling.
And
Just
that
as
is the flip side to the argument, is in some cases we're now extending this to 2.5 years, but I think the idea is, there's still an upward limit to that, and we have the ability
I'm
to
fine
do
But
with
you're
that.
always
I'm
cutting
fine with
out,
that.
you're cutting out the first architectural reviews and then just waiting until it happens after us. So it's roughly the same time period in most instances. Yeah, I much prefer that to two different permits.
Yeah, it was a little wonky.
I'm on 24. And just to say, I agree with what you've done. I do think when we go to the larger review, we should definitely look at whether or not we need to require in a lot split that the person who split the lot lived there for 3 years. I think that's probably keeping lot splits from being effective.
Meaning that it's a limitation today to require that.
It's a huge limitation.
And this is another item, just, since it's come up, that we are being pushed by the state to look at going beyond just the minimum of SB 9. And so this language is obviously borrowed from that. We're chipping away at it today in a way we think we can, and agree that we have a commitment through our proposed housing element to look at where we can go beyond the minimum requirements.
And for our city attorney on number 28, I'm assuming that anything that has pulled their building permit would not be required to do this? Or that's entitled?
On the encroachment, section 28,
Yeah. The mailbox encroachment. They won't own the land to be able to do that.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify the question, Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
This is requiring a 4-foot,
Mhm.
a 4-foot clear area around a mailbox in any subdivision that's built. Mailboxes are sort of plunked on people's land in some area that's convenient, and it's private land. And I think with the site plans that are existing, that have already been approved, they won't be able to get the 4 feet.
Honestly, I think I would defer to Mr. Hadwin on that. If the 4 feet clearance is not going to work, then we may want to consider setting a different standard to the extent we can. I mean, this is ADA here, so
If you have
I don't. Yes,
If you have
I'm
a
sorry.
rolled curb, you don't have a 4-foot clearance. And most of these are built, the mailbox is behind a rolled curb.
This was at the request of the city engineer, and in conversations with him, it was meant to be forward-thinking. So to your question about applicability for existing circumstances that didn't factor in the space where it cannot happen, the idea was not to require it
So
in
it's
those cases.
forward-thinking. That answers my question. It's good to do, and I wish it had been done where I live.
And I think that, engineering department committed to working with, entitled projects that maybe haven't been built to see what we can do, but it as you know, space can be tight, so it may not be possible.
Okay, does anybody else have a number they want to go to? I'm going to go to the public hearing before I put this before the commission for decisions. I'm so sorry we kept you waiting so long, and if you'd come forward, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ardeen Thompson, and I live in Ascena, and I am part of the Ascena Neighborhood Organization. And I understand that you're not going to do a massive update on your sports court ordinance. However, I would like to give you some background on pickleball and also to give you some recommendations that we have in your future planning for the pickleball ordinance or wherever you're going to include that. And you know pickleball has exploded in popularity in the United States and created challenges for city councils and neighborhoods working to accommodate player demand while mitigating negative impact on local residents and tennis enthusiasts. Dubbed the preferred sport of the 1% by Town and Country magazine, pickleball generates a noise level of 70 decibels, which is comparable to sitting next to a running vacuum cleaner or standing next to a freeway. Noise issues are well documented. Hard plastic balls, large ping pong type paddles average 180 hits per game, with 4 pickleball courts potentially replacing 1 tennis court. A higher density means more players, more paddles, balls, hits, and conversations, all in the same footprint. Fans of pickleball and businesses are eager to capitalize on the trend, and they're pushing the conversion of tennis courts, parking lots, playgrounds to pickleball courts. Outdoor sites present a significant noise abatement challenge, particularly if attempted after the fact. Litigation has led cities like Denver, Colorado, Lake Oswego in Oregon to close the outdoor pickleball courts. Palm Springs City Council has extensive experience managing noise and balancing recreation opportunities with resident quality of life. Proactive regulation and thoughtful planning can reduce the possibility of conflicts. So here are some of the things that we recommend. Require a conditional use permit for the conversion of construction of pickleball courts in any residential, park, or commercial location. Create specific conditions for noise that will ensure that sound mitigation happens as part of the construction or conversion. Set a specific not to exceed decibel limit for adjacent properties. We know from our experience with music at the Air Museum that sound bounces off of hard surfaces, over walls, and drifts on the wind. Professional sound mitigation and engineering are critical. Establish minimum setbacks from neighboring properties. Court lighting should be consistent with Palm Springs light requirements so that the courts do not contribute to light pollution or obliterate stars and views. Hours of usage should be reasonably limited so as not to negatively impact neighboring communities.
And there's no one online, Madam Chair.
I turned it off while she was speaking. The public hearing is closed. The matter is, there were a couple of issues where people thought language should be changed. Do we want this to come back to us? What is, just in terms of your scheduling, Chris?
I mean, what I was hearing, it didn't, I'm happy to go with whatever direction the Planning Commission would like, but I think there were some things that we would remove from this, which are easy changes, and some language items that didn't seem so substantive that we couldn't accommodate them through your decision tonight, but that's obviously your call.
Do you want, someone want to, I didn't write down, unfortunately, I didn't write down the language changes, so I can't summarize it.
Okay, this is going to be teamwork. Okay, so I will propose a motion to recommend to the City Council the changes to the zoning ordinance contained in the staff report with the following exceptions or modifications. And I will look to Mr. Miller for the first one on item number 4. I know you had you were not item number 6.
If I might, I think for item number 4, under 2G, you wanted to add a word, night lighting.
Oh,
On
night
page
lighting
2.
fixtures.
So,
And then on item number 6, we decided that was state law, so no changes are necessary.
Correct.
On item number 9, we propose no changes at this time to paragraph C7. So that would leave it coming back to the planning commission, final development plan coming back to the planning commission rather than going to the architectural review committee.
And 8, 7 and 8, both changed.
And 8, no changes as well.
Right.
And what are you saying?
And
PD's was what number?
item number 9, it's PD. And then there was also the comments that were taken regarding the added building story in D2E, and whether or not we thought that was going too far for the cleanup items tonight.
Okay, I
I don't know if there's or if there's consensus on that, but
I would move that we leave item D, paragraph 2, subparagraph E, as it currently reads, rather than accepting the staff's proposed changes.
And leave
And
F
on
as
open
it was?
That I'm looking to others to, I don't have a strong opinion on that one.
on F regarding open space, in that provision, I don't have a big issue with that being as proposed again.
if I might, item F is simply setting you up for subsection 3. So you might want to discuss that first, and then depending where you land on that, we might need to revisit F. Roman numeral 3 on the next page. It's simply saying that we have further exceptions in those instances. Actually, what I might recommend is adding the word affordable there, because that's what you had
I'd add the word
discussed.
affordable.
The word affordable is in,
Under F.
Yeah.
It's in F, but not in 3, so as long as you know that it applies.
it's in
It's
F,
in
it's in
3.
3,
It is
It's in 3, not F.
maybe modified
no,
for
it does.
projects providing affordable housing.
And in G, I would just add the words, some words in terms of site plan review, I don't know.
Internal reconfiguration or something to that extent.
Internal
Can I just want to get clarity on the motion, Commissioner Land. So we are adding to subsection F. Now I've lost my page.
In subsection F,
You're
we are
adding-
leaving the changes proposed by staff.
Are we adding the word affordable?
The word affordable is in there,
It,
in F3.
but if you just add it to F,
I see. It's a continuation. It's not necessary.
it's a continuation.
I see it. Sorry about that. So we're leaving it as is for the top of F, and then leaving 3 as is?
Yes.
Okay. And then G.
I should say also on capital F, criterion findings, final development plan, the
Yep.
planning commission. Not the architecture. So we're not accepting staff recommendations on paragraph capital F. And on G,
Yeah, G is the one where you can increase the number of units by up to 10%. I still believe that that should be provided as an incentive for affordability, but I don't know what the consensus of the commission is. I think what I heard Director Hadwin say, you basically have been doing that anyway, right? As a minor edit, minor amendment.
So well, in some cases, we have to come back through a PD amendment or some, because it's not listed here as a minor modification. This would allow it as one, but this is not a density bonus. So we're not granting additional residential capacity through this tool. This is where you have an approved PD. It says you get 100 units. Maybe you're able to move some walls, move some things around, and all of a sudden you can get 105. Technically, that wouldn't be a minor modification. This would allow us to review that as a minor mod, but you would still have to fall within.
So that's
other
within the
parameters.
regular R3 density or whatever okay.
Or whatever that was established through
just
the
would-
PD.
Can you add some language that shows how you've qualified it just now?
Sure. So for the purposes of the motion, we would direct staff to clarify that it only be through internal reconfiguration with no additional building area provided.
it does say that essentially.
We'll just clarify that language.
There are only negligible
Negligible
increases to the building form and square footages. I think I'm good with the language proposed by staff.
Okay.
All right. And then,
Yes.
I think that ends the motion. It completes the motion.
You want a second?
I would say somebody quick
I
second
will
it.
second it. If there are any comments on the motion? Seeing none, I will call it, and we should vote on this machine.
Chair Warmick, you were the second on this?
Yes. And if does it allow us to vote?
I'm the same, recused. Okay.
Open.
Oh, because I seconded it, got it. I did. Tried it 10 times. It says, I've done the green button. It's saying set up and exit.
I can go ahead and enter your vote.
Yeah, put a yes. We're at 7:26. We've voted and this has been passed. Thank you, everybody. Does anybody need a break? So we will take, it is 7:26, 8:35. We'll convene at 8:35. I'm sorry, 7:35. Commission is back in session. The next item we have is the Planning Director's report, and it is an update and discussion on the ongoing inclusionary housing and commercial linkage feasibility study informing future consideration of a citywide inclusionary housing policy. The Planning Director's report, please.
Actually, not the planning director anymore, but I'll go ahead and introduce the report if you don't mind. Madam Chair and members of the commission, the item that you have this evening is relative to the studies that have been prepared by our consultant regarding inclusionary housing and a commercial nexus fee. Rather than going into the background, we've already discussed that in a previous study session. What I wanted to do is just kind of outline briefly for you what happens next after you all look at it this evening, as there were some questions at the study session in terms of what the process would be with these studies. In order for a city to consider inclusionary housing or something such as a commercial nexus fee, there need to be studies that are done in order to justify such actions. And so that's what you're seeing this evening is those two studies that have been prepared. The intent is that once these studies are completed, they'll be forwarded to the City Council. The City Council will then review the information in the studies, and at that point, they can either direct staff to move forward with the preparation of an inclusionary ordinance, or they may request additional information or additional study. In terms of bringing these reports to the Planning Commission prior to giving them to the City Council, as we have had with recently other issues, we value the input of the Planning Commission on items that we bring forward to the City Council, and oftentimes it's helpful to get your input based on your experience. Some of you have dealt with these issues before in other communities. To have a look at the study before it's finalized and presented to the City Council. Should the City Council want to move forward with these studies, as I had mentioned, for example, on the inclusionary housing, if that's something that they want to look at developing an inclusionary housing ordinance, that would come back to the Planning Commission at some future date, where you all would discuss the specific language of the ordinance and make recommendations to the City Council. With the commercial nexus fee, that's something that's not typically included in the zoning code. You may not see that unless the City Council wants Planning Commission input on that. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background that these studies are not complete. We're taking your input this evening. Once the consultant has your input, they'll finalize the studies and present them to City Council. What we anticipate is that they would be presented to the City Council at the July 24th meeting. And so that's what we are shooting for. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our consultants. We have with us this evening Ashley Cannett and Chinmay Damle from EPS, and I'll ask them to come on and to go ahead and begin with their presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Flynn. And I believe the presentation will be pulled up by IT.
It is on our screen. Yeah, there you go.
Excellent. I can see it. I can see it as well, but I can't see any of you. So please interject or raise a hand or something like that if you need to get my attention. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'll just reintroduce myself briefly. My name is Ashley Cannett. I'm a principal with Economic and Planning Systems, and I'm joined by my colleague Chinmay Damle, who is an associate in our Los Angeles office. And we were last before you in April, and we're back tonight to share updated results and to present some potential recommendations just for your discussion and feedback this evening. So with that, let's dive in. And next slide, please. Our agenda tonight is to just very briefly review the context and a little bit of background of where we are. We want to reflect back to you what we heard in April and follow up on those items. We want to share with you updated income limits that were published by HCD since we were last before you. We will talk about the updated maximum nexus-based commercial linkage fees, talk about some approaches to setting those fees, and then entertain your discussion. Last time you liked to, or you wanted to have some discussion after each item, so we'll do that this time as well, unless you direct me otherwise. Then we'll move on to inclusionary housing. We'll talk about the ownership program, or some options for the ownership program, some options for the rental program, and then have some discussion. Next slide, please. So just as context, commercial linkage fees and inclusionary housing policies are two of a myriad of policy tools that are available to jurisdictions to support and promote the development of affordable housing units. I heard you talking about others before this item tonight. And in recognition of this, studying a commercial linkage fee and an inclusionary fee are commitments in the draft housing element document. And so we, EPS, we were brought on board last year, and we've been working with Chris and Flynn for the past several months to dial in the technical assumptions underpinning our calculations. And in the course of our work, we've reviewed affordable housing fees in the region and across the state, and we'll share those with you tonight. I also want to make sure you, or just share that we spoke with local industry experts, conducted several interviews with a range of market rate and affordable housing developers. And so tonight we'll dive in with some of the specific feedback that we heard last April. Next, please. Thank you. So we heard a question, where are healthcare and technology land uses within this study? And they are in the office category. And we can talk a little bit more about that as we get there. We also heard a little bit of a nudge or a suggestion, what would happen if we allowed the in lieu fees to rise up just a little bit? What would that allow us to achieve in terms of an inclusionary requirement? And so we took a look at that, and we recalibrated some of the inclusionary requirements to consider higher in lieu fees. We were also asked to take a look at some of the requirements in other tourism-based cities so that you had a more of an apples to apples comparison as you think about potential fees. And so we coordinated with staff, we took a look at Encinitas, Carlsbad, Monterey, and we added in additional commercial linkage fee comps as well. There were other questions that are not reflected in our technical work, but city staff may be able to address them. And they may come up for city council as well. And those questions were, how is development on tribal land affected? How much development potential remains? That is, how many, the projects that are not already entitled and which therefore would not be subject to any of these fee programs if they're adopted. There's a question about how much fee revenue would be generated, which is a really difficult question for anyone to answer since we don't know exactly the amount or the pace of potential new development. And then a final question is, will development go elsewhere? Next, please. So one big event that occurred since last April is that HCD, the State Housing and Community Development Department, issued revised income limits for Riverside County. And the income limits increased across the board. And so, for example, in 2022, the median household income for a 4-person household was $87,400. It's increased to $94,500. And what you see across the income cohorts is that acutely low and low income categories increased by approximately 8%, whereas the median and moderate income categories increased by approximately 6%, whereas the median and moderate income categories increased by approximately 8%. And this has the effect in our model of increasing how much these households can afford to pay in rent or how much they can afford to put towards purchasing a home. Next slide, please. And those effects have the effect of decreasing the subsidy that is needed to build housing that is affordable to lower income households. So what we're showing on this slide is the affordability gap for very low, lower, and moderate income households. And after talking to developers in the area, we estimate the cost of developing an affordable multifamily rental project to be approximately $463,000 per door. And this estimate has not changed since last April. That's all in, including land, hard costs, soft costs, and builder fees. And of course, these costs are going to vary on a project by project basis, depending on specific characteristics of the project. But the developers we spoke to concurred that this is a reasonable estimate. We then take a look at how much rent these income restricted households can afford based on those updated 2023 income limits. And the amount of rent that can be paid is translated to a value. So we take the capitalized value of that stream of revenue. And the rent that a very low income household can afford translates to a value of nearly $40,000. It was $26,000 with the 2022 income limits. And this increases to $94,000 for a lower income household and $299,000 for a moderate income household. Those are the values that these income constrained households can afford. And the takeaway here is that even with the income limit increases, it requires a very significant development subsidy to build affordable housing, even for a moderate income household. Next, please. So like last time, let's start with the commercial linkage fee. And just briefly, again, a commercial linkage fee is a one-time charge on new non-residential real estate development. It's intended to mitigate the impacts that new non-residential development has on the local workforce and the need for affordable workforce housing. These fees are authorized under California's Mitigation Fee Act, and they're charged in dozens of cities and counties throughout the state, including in nearby Palm Desert and several in adjacent San Bernardino and Los Angeles counties. And we'll review some of those with you tonight. Just at the outset, I want to remind you that any revenue that is collected through a commercial linkage fee can be used to help support affordable housing supply in the city. So that might take the form of a direct subsidy, might take the form of land acquisition. It can be used towards acquisition and rehabilitation and conversion to deed restricted units. And it can be used to serve as a local match to improve competitiveness for tax credit projects, which means a dollar goes even further. And so what's in front of you on the screen are the questions that we ask. They're the basis of the nexus. And we think about a new commercial development, and we wonder, how many jobs are going to be generated from that new development? How much will those employees earn? How many units of housing will those employees require? It's not exactly one-to-one, right? There are multiple earners per household in many cases. We then ask, what is the gap? What we just talked about, what's the gap between housing development costs and workforce purchasing power? And then what is the fee, the linkage fee that would fill that gap? And on the next slide, this is small, I know, I'm sorry. We calculate what that fee would be, what the subsidy required would be for a prototypical building of around 100,000 square feet. And then we normalize that down to a per square foot fee. And what we're calculating here are the maximum nexus justifiable fees. We do a little bit of an adjustment you can see the maximum nexus-based fee and then an adjusted maximum nexus-based fee. And this is to account for workers who also live in the city of Palm Springs to be really, really sure that we're not doing any double counting. You can see here across our land use categories across the top that our maximum fees range from about $125 per square foot for a warehouse use to a high of $485 per square foot for retail restaurant services. Next, please. And these fees are high and higher than what you would want to charge. They're higher than what could reasonably be absorbed by new development. So our next step is to think a little bit about it from a feasibility perspective. And in the case of commercial linkage fees, the way we do that is we do a survey of fee levels in other cities. And as a reminder, within the Coachella Valley, only the Palm Desert has a commercial linkage fee program, but we did collect a few other examples that we'll share with you on the next slide. So here are several examples. You can see in Palm Desert, just because it's so close by, that the fees range from around 33 cents a square foot to $620 per room for the hotel use. I do want to note that these fees were, this fee program was established many years ago. It hasn't been updated for quite a while. And you can see that in some of these numbers across the board, not just Palm Desert. In Fontana, the fees range from around 71 cents a square foot for hotel to $1.66 a square foot for retail. Fontana also has some unique categories for hospital, medical, and warehouse distribution. The cities do have flexibility to set land use categories as to be most appropriate for their development potential. You can also see some cities like Glendale and West Hollywood. They've set a fee that is just consistent across the land use categories. So no variation between the land use categories. And Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, does a variation of this. Their linkage fee, it's not on here, but their linkage fee varies from $3.48 a square foot to $5.80 a square foot. It varies by market area of the city, but not by land use category. San Diego's program, back to the chart here, hasn't been updated in at least 5 years, but I put it on here because they did something interesting. They phased in their program when they adopted it, just to test the waters. San Luis Obispo this is the city of San Luis Obispo, not the county, by the way, but it's pretty consistent across the board, $5 to $6 per square foot. And this is reflective of a very recent update. Napa is in the $3.50 to $6 per square foot range, with hotels carrying the highest fee there. Napa is a good tourism-based comp. Palo Alto, over on the right, we include just to demonstrate that there are jurisdictions that charge much higher fees. Of course, Palo Alto's in the Silicon Valley area where there's a lot of development pressure, but we wanted to show that range. So the listings here are really reflective of the variation that we see across the state. Next, please. And then this slide presents some potential approaches to setting fees here in Palm Springs. These are presented just to prompt discussion. So we have each of our land use categories on the left and the maximum fee for context, just so you can hold them in your mind as we talk through the options. So option 1 is intended to set fees fairly consistently across the categories, like we saw in some of those comparable cities, but recognizing that there are some real differences between industrial and warehousing, for example, and the other categories. Option 2 sets a high fee of $6, but pick a number, any number like below that maximum justifiable. And then option 2 sets a fee of $6, but it then tiers down. Did I say that right? I'm sorry. So option 2 then tiers down, not exactly in proportion, but trying to be proportionate to the maximum fees. So we set $6 as the top, but then because warehousing has such a lower impact relative to retail restaurant services, for example, it's set at closer to $1.50 a square foot. The third option is a little different. It introduces an economic development lens, meaning that there are some types of non-residential development that bring other benefits along with them. So our high fee is set at $6 a square foot, but then retail restaurant services, which generate sales tax in the city, and hotel, which generates TOT, are set lower at $3 a square foot. And there are lots of ways to think about that, but it's just to prompt discussion. Next slide, please. And let's move on to discussion. So in just as context setting, in the context of the city's RHNA, which is about 2,500, 2,600 units, including about 545 very low, 408 low, and 461 moderate income units. Do you think a commercial linkage fee would help generate revenue to invest in affordable housing, especially as you think of the potential uses of those commercial linkage fee revenues. And then of the options that we went through, or perhaps others that come to mind for you, what approach to setting fee revenues is most appropriate for Palm Springs? And I will pause there for discussion, but please let me know if you'd prefer that I just keep going.
Question. Have you looked at past developments in Palm Springs and what fees would be generated by these different options?
We have not done any like look back at typical development sizes or types of development, but we selected the land use categories in consideration of the types of non-residential development that the city anticipates in the coming years.
Well, that would help me. I'm not going to be on Planning Commission anymore, but I think that would help commissioners understand what the impact, how much these fees would generate, and if it's appropriate. If it's very high, then maybe that's a good thing. If it's very low, maybe it's like, what's the point?
I have a question. How does Santa Monica compare to Palm Springs in terms of like to like? I mean, there's a lot of tourism in Santa Monica, but when you put Santa Monica in there, what was it supposed to reflect as a city type?
Just speaking as someone who worked in housing in Santa Monica, it's a beach city, it's a tourist city. It's a job generator for a city. If you were on the freeway, the 10 freeway coming in the morning, all the traffic would be coming into Santa Monica and for jobs, and at night they'd all be leaving. So it had a lot of development in a range of industries, very attractive for development, and got redeveloped a lot. We used we had linkage fees back in, I can't believe I'm saying the 80s and 90s when I worked there. And we used it basically for subsidies for affordable housing development. That could have been new, it could have been preservation. And it was our main, one of our two main generators of funds to attract nonprofit developers to work in the city. And by doing that, they basically, at that point in time, 10% of the rental stock in the city was affordable with the use of that kind of a fee to create housing. But it's significantly different in terms of the amount of commercial development and the attractiveness of its hotel industry, its real estate to developers. So the very best developers were interested in being there. Things got redeveloped, and it wasn't anywhere near as high as that when I was working there. I think it was in the $3 to $4 range back then. But it was a significant generator. But it's a very different real estate market in terms, and the linkage was mainly on office, medical. I mean, that was, I don't know if the hotels paid in. I actually don't know that. But it was a city that new hotels were being developed in, and it wasn't like.
So only one portion of Santa Monica would be comparable to Palm Springs, and that's the hotel portion, really? The office and all is much different because they have much more land there.
It's not that they had more land. A lot of it was, we never were able to get RHNA numbers for the housing element because things were built, the residential was mainly built out unless you were going to tear it down and rebuild. But the commercial was very, very attractive to investors.
Plus, there's a lot of tech there now.
Oh, there was tons of tech. There was all sorts.
So that's really not so of the
movie industry was there.
Right.
Any segment of film and television, was there. So it was a huge job generator, and there was a lot of commercial investment, which resulted in money. But the value of this kind of a fee, what it really does, is if you want to do very low and very low income housing, it's the fee that helps you be able to do that.
So I guess the question then is, amongst that list of different cities, which is the most comparable to ours? I don't know if Palm Desert is. I mean, we have way more commercial and hotels and so forth in Palm Desert, right? No. We don't?
Palm Desert's very
Oh,
attractive.
because you're thinking of
Paseo.
El Paseo, right?
Retail. Well, Paseo, the mall, there's a lot of retail.
Lori
The
can
numbers are
probably
really
tell
low,
us how
right?
comparable it is.
And they're 50 cents on $1 per square foot?
The fee was established, I'm going to say 20 years ago, and has not been updated, so it's quite old. And
Why haven't they updated it? Just never got around to updating it because they didn't want to bother, or? Anyway, the numbers, the per square foot cost is so low there, it's almost laughable. So that's not really comparable then for what we're talking about, really.
I would think that the rest of the fact that none of the other valley cities charge fees is a disincentive to raising your fee. I've watched Gretchen come to city council and chide us for the kinds of fees we charge for building permits. We're competitive in Palm Springs, and Flynn, you know that better than I do. We're competitive with the rest of the market in Palm Springs for what gets built.
We are generally. There are some unique differences between the cities in terms of their various markets. But yeah, Coachella Valley is a unique place, and so we need to take that into consideration as we look at something like a linkage fee. And I'm going to be honest, it's very tough comparing us to some of the coastal cities, even though we may have the cachet, if you will, and we are recognized both nationally and internationally, but we have to put ourselves on line with the other Coachella Valley cities because we compete for the same developers to a certain degree, for the same types of uses. And so we need to balance both of those things together.
In terms of hotels, there was a discussion in April, well, it's Palm Springs, hotels are going to want to build here, but hey, look at hotels over the last 5 years. It's so hard to build a hotel here. And if we're going to put more fees on, it's going to be even harder. So I think you want to be careful with that. That's my opinion.
Well, we already get TOT from the hotels, and we get Measure J from retail, and those are more important fees because they're annual. I mean, they're annual. We get them every year. So anything that would disturb those, I think, is not a good thing.
And as a counterpoint, I will say that one of the things that really got my attention reading through these reports is that the maximum adjusted fee, we're looking at $400 or $500 per square foot. And the options that are recommended for us considering them is 1/20th to 1/100th of what it really costs to put these businesses in our cities. So yes, worrying about one city charging 50 cents a square foot and us wanting to maybe not put $1.50 in because then people would go elsewhere. We're really missing the big picture, which is you bring businesses and workers to your city and you don't pay them a living wage. And they can't live here. And the burden goes to the city, because now suddenly we have workers that can't live here that are commuting in from Coachella or Desert Hot Springs or someplace that's more affordable to them. They're clogging up our arteries and all of our roads with traffic. The air quality is lesser. We don't have families participating in the elementary schools here because they have to live someplace else and come here to work because we don't have affordable housing for them. So I think it's a little simplistic to just look at a recommended fee of, $4 a square foot and think, oh no, people won't build here. They won't open businesses if we charge them that much. Palm Springs is going gangbusters with development. So I particularly liked when we're looking at the inclusionary housing numbers and the fee recommendations or the fee scenarios there, because it identifies how much is feasible, what's the profit margin that developers are making off of the homes that they're building here, and how much of that can you eat into without scaring them away. It's harder when you're talking about the commercial properties and you're looking at the linkage fee here, because we don't necessarily know what they need to make. Is this going to scare them away, or is this going to deter them? Or are they suddenly going to decide that, you know what, we can build for less in Cathedral City and maybe we'll go there instead? I think you have to understand that Palm Springs does have a unique cachet that is attractive to businesses, particularly to tourism-related businesses. And I don't think that charging them, again, 1/100th of the impact that they're causing the city or costing the city to build here is necessarily going to scare them away.
Well,
I don't know.
What I'm looking at here, and I think their $6 maximum is probably what the consultants think we can charge, as I'm, somewhere between $1.50 and $6, depending on the category. Santa Monica was the People's Republic of Santa Monica back then, and to them it was, we're going to charge this fee and we don't care if anybody in LA does. And they had 10% of their housing stock eventually, or early on, was affordable.
Do you have a number that you're comfortable with?
No.
I think we're somewhere.
No, but I probably don't have as tender of a heart as some of my colleagues here.
I think we have to.
When it comes to.
We have to worry about scaring business away, especially right now, because interest rates are so high and people are deciding whether they want to build, but at the same time, not doing it doesn't tell us if we can do it. And either we phase something in or we start with a low number and see if it works. If you start...
And I would not, personally, I would not recommend starting with a low number and increasing it, because every time you go through this, either on the commercial properties or on the residential side, it is a mess. It stirs up controversy between businesses and residents, and it's a political issue because it is so controversial. I would hate to go through, and my own guess as to why Palm Desert hasn't updated theirs in many, many years is because it is very difficult to do, it's very controversial, and they didn't need the money that badly. That would be my guess.
And they did use what they had to build some affordable housing.
Yeah,
they do have some.
Yes, they do.
That's an argument to stay somewhere between $4 and $6. That's, I think there's an argument to go in someplace and see what works. And to me, because of the other fees, I'm wondering if we want to do hotels and retail, because if Measure J can be extended, that could be more valuable to us than,
And look at the incentives we pay for hotels.
right, we pay them to build.
Yes,
I mean, that's,
we rebate the TOT, yes. So already,
and we're already having people asking us to rebate 100% of it.
and they are the greatest producer of employees that need assistance, that can't afford to live here because they can't earn a living wage.
And how many new hotels do we think we're going to get built? Because this is the question of,
Well, as example, we read in the Desert Sun last week that 3 hotels were just sold, were turned over for $644,000 per key. That is higher than.
but they weren't built. This only goes to building, right?
Correct. This is for new construction. But what I'm saying is the market here, the appetite here for hotels is hot, hot, hot.
I think
investors are parking their money here. It's not because they have any real expectation of making more.
I think there was always an issue about whether we can get our occupancy on hotels above 63%, because they rent on the weekends and not on the weekdays, and they don't rent as much in the summertime. So it may be hot, 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 but it's still a challenging market. Anyway, I'm not being. I might
As
be
I
more
said, I don't have as tender a heart.
Yeah, I might be more
as
sympathetic.
others here.
I'm more. I mean, I like the annual fees better than I like this linkage fee. To be honest with you, it's the advantage of the linkage fee is it can be directed to affordable housing.
And remember too that for new construction, the annual fee is, we're giving away half of it. We're giving, in some cases, we have developers coming in, Orchid Tree,
away up
who's
to
asking for 100% rebate on TOT. So
When do we give up to 75% of it?
yes,
Yeah. So
yeah. So it does not. Well, no.
overworked. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I also looked at things from a development point of view, and when you have to get 60% of your money for a hotel in equity, you're probably pinching every penny as you are building, not as you're continuing to operate.
Do we know how much a hotel room costs to build? I'm asking that of the consultant.
I don't know off the top of my head. While we have had 2 major projects come in recently with financing, I don't have those figures off the top of my head.
Well, not that we're going to make a decision tonight, but it'd be interesting to know what a per room linkage fee equates to the total cost of that room as a percentage.
Well, depending on the class of hotel, each key is going to cost a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
And
It's
we're
not
asking
going to
for
cost the
400.
644.
I guess 400 sort of a
1,000.
drop in the bucket at that point.
So, are we giving you anything useful?
There's 2 things that I'm hearing. One is that somewhere between $4 and $6 seems to be appropriate from some of the commissioners. The other thing that I'm hearing is that the idea of considering this with, as it's stated in option 3, an economic development lens is another thing that seems to have piqued the interest of the commissioners. So those are the 2 things I'm hearing. That gives us, I think, adequate direction that as we move forward in finalizing this study and presenting it to City Council, we can share what the Planning Commission's thoughts were, and that will help us as we have that discussion
The
with
only
council.
other categories that are missing are agriculture. When I say that, I mean cannabis grows. Because that's, I don't know where you treat that. And then another big source in the valley here is energy. And, you know, we've recently put in battery storage. We've, a couple of years ago, I think when I wasn't on, you guys did the 500-foot tall windmills.
The battery
But-
storage has almost no employees.
But what is there's no employees
There's
associated
no
with
employees,
those?
so you put that in warehousing?
No, you don't include it. It doesn't generate,
There's no
doesn't generate the
employees.
need for affordable housing because there's one
security-
manager on site or whatever.
Well, you have one manager, you still,
Or,
or one
Yeah.
manager and one security guard.
In terms of the TOC rebate versus the linkage fee, could you construct an ordinance that if TOC is rebated to whatever percentage breakpoints, then the linkage fee kicks in at a higher rate?
That might be something for further research and consideration.
They're very different fees. You know, one is a tax and one is a one-time fee on new developments. And so you're making those decisions at different points.
Yeah, the tax is rebated over 20 years or something like that.
Out at the beginning of the project.
With that, shall we go
Does
on with the
anybody
presentation?
else think the $4 to $6 is wrong?
I haven't spoken yet. I would say I do like the economic development lens option as to be considered because I think that makes sense to identify the benefits of some of the land use categories. That being said, as I think Commissioner Lane said, hotel and service and restaurant are one of the highest generators of the need for affordable housing for the level of income that they pay their employees. So it's ironic, but I think we can't not identify the benefit that they provide to our tourism-based economy. My general recommendation would be to set out low, and I know you had suggested that it's not easy to amend it once you get it in place. But I think there's a way, and this would be for the attorney ultimately, I think there's a way of building in an annual or every 3 years or 5 years, whatever the number is, an escalator clause. I know we did it in Oakland. There was an escalator clause that was based annually on and I wrote it down because on the Marshall and Swift Residential Building Cost Index, which is a known entity. And so in Oakland in 2016, they started their what they call the Housing Jobs Impact Fee, started at $4 per square foot across the board for the various land use categories that it applied to. And then there was an annual escalator, and I don't know what they're at now. The annual escalator didn't start for 5 years in, so 2021 was the first year they did the escalator clause, and I, of course, wasn't there, but so that's something that I think that can be done, and I think that makes sense, because I think this is so new to Palm Springs, it's so new to the Coachella Valley, there's going to be a lot of pushback, but I think it's so important to get something on the books that provides some monetary benefit that cities can use, that Palm Springs can use to provide affordable housing, whether it be through land to help a nonprofit or whatever. I think we got to start small because we're not going to get something grand approved. We know that, and nor should we try. But I think we need to get something on the books and then have some sort of escalator clause built in after a certain number of years. Those would be my general recommendations.
And the Marshall and Swifts is a really good, it's a really good resource because it really ties into building costs. So, and the other thing is if we don't try something like this, we're never going to attract nonprofits that build affordable housing to come.
Well, and just as importantly, we're never going to provide housing for the people that need it, so that they don't have to drive in 10 miles from Desert Hot Springs or 30 miles from Coachella. From a policy perspective, we need to put that in the forefront of the goal of putting this in place to begin with.
So that we don't have to spend $50 million on a bridge to allow them to drive in from neighboring cities. I better turn off my mic.
Okay, Madam Chair, shall we proceed?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. I'll turn it back over to EPS.
Great, thank you. So if we can move on to the next section, and I will say it's very, very typical to add construction cost indices to impact fees or even in lieu fees. The idea is that it's important to have those fees keep pace with rising costs and construction so that you're not eroding your ability to achieve affordable housing with that fee revenue. So on inclusionary housing, shifting gears, the requirement is such that as new market rate development occurs, a certain percentage is to be set aside and deed restricted to be affordable to very low, moderate income households, depending on the policy. It is state law that if you have an inclusionary housing program, you also need to offer alternative means of compliance. There are a lot of ways that can express itself, but most often it is in the form of an in lieu fee. So we'll be talking about both inclusionary requirements on site and in lieu fees as well. So next slide, please. And one of the things that you requested last time, we tried to add a lot more detail this time was, well, what's happening in peer cities? And I might actually want to sort of have you mentally delete that peer city piece, but just in other cities as of May 2023. I don't think, per your prior discussion, I wouldn't say that all of these are necessarily peer cities. But we do see that there's a program in Jurupa Valley. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It looks to be around 7% or so, primarily focused on, or most of it focused on moderate income housing, and then the rest split between very low and low. Temecula also has a program. These, by the way, are requirements on new rental development. Most cities will distinguish their inclusionary programs between rental product and ownership product. Temecula has a program 20% focused on low income housing. Montclair has a program around 15% split between moderate and very low. And it's not always really easy to find what the in lieu fees are, but if we found it, we put it on here. And in Montclair, the in lieu fee is $15,000 a unit. In Encinitas, there are options. So a developer can either do 20% low or 15% very low, recognizing that the subsidy needed is higher for very low, and so you can ask less of the development. Carlsbad is 15%, and the in lieu fee is around $2,900. The fact that that the in lieu fee is at this level makes me think that either the program was adopted quite a while ago, or they are intentionally setting their fee lower than the on-site requirement to incentivize fee revenue, because that is not aligned with where we're seeing development costs these days. Monterey, that was a little aside, Monterey is 20% on-site inclusionary, all focused on moderate. Santa Cruz is also at 20%, but focused on low. And Pasadena, just to throw out an example of a higher in lieu fee, they're at 20%. Half of that is moderate. The rest is split between low and very low. And the in lieu fee can range significantly from $36 a square foot to around $76 a square foot. In Santa Cruz, while they don't publish a fee program, it varies, and they've calculated at the time of the application, trying to understand the sales price of the value of the inclusionary unit versus the value of the market rate unit. I think the state is increasingly interested in having in lieu fees be very clearly calculated and published on websites in a really transparent way, so there aren't ad hoc calculations being required as development occurs. Next slide, please. So we just looked at rental requirements. These are ownership requirements. We've got some of the same cities, but a few new ones as well. Jurupa Valley keeps their requirement the same. Calamasa has a program, actually. Doesn't exactly take the form of an inclusionary requirement. It looks more like a zoning or a regulatory requirement, but it's 5% low. Temecula, again, 20% low. Montclair, also 15% split between very low and moderate, which is interesting. Encinitas, again, two options. You can, at the developer's discretion, they can decide to target low or very low. Carlsbad is 15% low with an $8,500 per unit in lieu fee. Santa Barbara is at 15% moderate. Monterey, Santa Cruz, Pasadena, all at 20% moderate. In Pasadena, that in lieu fee varies based on the area of the city. I don't recall if I said that before. Next slide, please. So this slide is a repeat from last April. It's a reminder that we approached the inclusionary recommendations really from a place of understanding feasibility. And what we mean by feasibility is that very simply, the value of development costs the value of the development exceeds the costs, that the project generates a competitive rate of return, and that the financial returns reflect the project risks. And so what we're focused on here is that that little red circle. Is there enough profit? Is there enough return to absorb an inclusionary requirement? And we determined we had to come up with some feasibility thresholds in order to make this decision in our model. And on the ownership side of things, we defined that feasibility threshold at around 15% profit. So we're looking to see profit of at least 15% of development costs. And on a rental product where the income or the revenue is a revenue stream, as opposed to a profit from a point-in-time sale, we define that as a yield on cost. That's net operating income divided by development costs, and our feasibility threshold there is 5.5%. And what we're looking for is profit or returns that exceed those metrics, right? Those are the metrics that would allow market rate development to occur. We need there to be enough profit that the developer can absorb the requirement and still make the decision to move forward with the project. Next, please. So we'll move into ownership. And I mentioned this before, but as you saw in those comparisons, it's typical that the inclusionary requirements would vary between ownership and rental, just because the economics of these types of development vary so much. Next, please. So on this slide, I'm starting us off with a range of options, again, for discussion. And to get to this point, we evaluated the economics of market rate single-family ownership housing, determining that there is room to proceed or to proceed with or accommodate an inclusionary requirement. And the increased income limits and the lower subsidies that we saw before mean that the inclusionary program can be a bit more robust than what we presented last time. We were also keeping in mind your guidance that we could consider, or that you were interested in seeing, what would happen to the inclusionary requirement if we moved those in lieu fees up just a smidge. So in option one, we tried to keep the fee to $15, the in lieu fee to $15 per square foot of market rate development. And with that fee level, trying to keep our fee level and our on-site requirement aligned, we can achieve a 10% requirement targeted to moderate income households. But we were also trying to blend income levels as much as possible to diversify income levels where we can. So in option 2, the in lieu fee increases to $20 a square foot per market rate square foot. And with that fee, we keep the overall inclusionary requirement at 10%, but we're able to reach some of those low income households. In option 3, we stretch the in lieu fee to $25 a square foot, which is higher than we see in most jurisdictions, but not Pasadena, you might recall. But our model does indicate that it's feasible, and it allows a 15% inclusionary requirement. And we have that allocated 5% low and 10% moderate. One of the things you'll note among these ownership options is that we don't have any percentage allocated to very low. One of the things we have heard from cities and observed ourselves is that it's very challenging to qualify very low income households for ownership housing. It's where that in lieu fee revenue can really be leveraged if you get that, or where commercial linkage fee revenue can be leveraged. So during the discussion part of tonight, if you have thoughts on any of these trade-offs, would be curious to hear your thinking. And I'll just discuss those 3 options, but we, along with Flynn and Chris, considered a range of options. Next, please.
Just going back, are we at a discussion on those?
I was going to go from ownership. I was going to move all the way through ownership and rental and then pause at the end of inclusionary, but I will follow your lead.
On the ownership, we probably will see the developers wanting to pay a fee rather than include the unit. I think can we assume that's the case? What's your experience on that?
Yeah, I don't know that you can assume it's the case. It really depends on how aligned the in lieu fee is with the inclusionary requirement. And very often if they can achieve a state density bonus or other sorts of concessions or waivers by including those units on site, they might make a different choice. But yes, often, especially for smaller projects, you would see, or maybe a smaller number of units, you might see a preference to pay that in lieu fee. And really, not just ownership development, but all developers will almost always prefer to pay the in lieu fee, just because it's a fee that occurs one time in their pro forma, and then they're done. They can then collect the revenue or achieve the sales price of the market rate units, which is why it's important to us to make sure we're aligning the on-site requirement and the in lieu fee so that we're not inadvertently setting up an incentive structure that you don't intend to.
That makes sense. It's just as I looked at what the income levels are of job seekers and jobs that are created, it looks like my own first inclination was to say aim it at moderate, because those are people who may be able to afford the repairs that come with homeownership.
But
let me just finish. But the incomes that are really impacted are people that there's more people that are low income at the 80% level that need housing, that are of the jobs we generate, than the people at 120% that are moderate. So I can like any of the 3 options as long as they're doable. But my focus is, I think, a little more on home ownership on the moderate, just because people will be more qualifiable, and if it's going to be built, they'll be able to afford to pay the extras that they're ultimately going to end up needing to pay. And if it's paid as an in lieu fee, then you can focus some of that at the low-income people, so that you can play around with the in lieu fee a little more and go a little deeper. But if it's an actual unit, the moderate works better. Anybody else comment, Michael?
I was just going to say, my feeling is that it's preferable to do, to require inclusionary housing in a development rather than an in lieu fee if that choice is to be made, because the low income or subsidized housing projects, in my experience here in Palm Springs, is those projects tend to get concentrated in certain parts of the city. And if you're building inclusionary housing, I think you're going to diversify the subsidized housing throughout the city.
And I will just say, Chair, that I agree with you 100% on ownership housing. I think is best targeted at the moderate income, maybe a couple units at the low income, but I think the inverse for the rental projects, I think that's where we have a lot of people with very low or low income, and there's a desperate need, and rental housing, I believe, typically can suit them better. They aren't as, sometimes they have credit issues on their history, and they need a lot of financial budgeting training, competence developed before they move into home ownership. So I like one concentration for rental and the other for ownership.
And I would agree with Commissioner Layan. I think it makes sense to concentrate the ownership requirement on more of the moderate, and that still doesn't necessarily say what our option is. I mean, I'd be interested in hearing what the commission is looking at in terms of percentages. Is it 10%? Is it 15%? And then I think regarding the in lieu fee, I think it makes sense because not every developer will develop in the city if they've got to put the low income or moderate income housing on the site. They just won't do it. It sounds simple for them to do, but the fact is they won't do it.
Yeah, I mean,
They won't do it.
There's a lot of resistance to it.
Most of them won't do
They
it.
do it all over Los Angeles.
It's, well, for small developers, if you're building 5 infill units, there's a lot of administration that goes on with a program. You have to qualify the renters or the buyers. It's outside of the skill set of
They know
small
how to do.
developers. So having the option, and state law requires that you have the option of paying into, that you have options for meeting that requirement if you're not going to provide the units as inclusionary.
For larger units in Santa Monica, we had the option that they could build rental housing offsite, even where it was for sale condos. They paid they could do it offsite, and that actually worked very well if that option is in there. The housing that got built was nice. The city had a role in it, and although it takes staffing to make sure it works out. Yes.
I think we're
Commissioner
jumping all
Moretti.
over the
I don't
place.
remember where the in lieu fee goes for what uses. Can it be put anywhere the city wants, or is
The
it?
in lieu fee would go into a housing fund, and I would assume the city would have the ability to use it for any of the uses that she listed earlier, that she listed with the Nexus fee, where you could use it for affordable housing as a subsidy
could
to a
be-
developer to save units that were deed restricted but are going out of deed restriction, to rehab housing for affordability, to buy land.
To buy land.
So the in lieu fee can be prescribed. They can't just pull it into the general fund or whatever. It's
No, it'd be prescribed by state law because we're doing this under state law. I'm correct in that, aren't I? It's,
Good.
I mean, the city is very good at segregating money for different funds anyway. but I think state law would require that it went into a housing fund.
Good.
Yes.
I think we're at rental.
Okay, excellent. So we can pull up the presentation and let's actually move past this slide. You got there? Perfect. So let's move into rental and just have the same discussion. Our option one here, oh, next slide, please. Thank you. Our option one is our lowest overall inclusionary requirement at 6%, but it achieves our deepest affordability, with half of those units being affordable to very low income households and the other half targeting low income households. I hope I said that right. It didn't sound right. With half of those being affordable to very low and the other half to low. Maybe I said it right. The recommended in lieu fee here for this option is $20 per square foot of market rate development. Option 2, the inclusionary requirement increases to 10%. And while we're still able to capture some of those very low households, it's offset by bringing the moderate income households into the mix. Here, the fee decreases to $15 a square foot. And in option 3, the on-site inclusionary requirement increases to 15%. And this is all in the moderate income category. So that's not the direction I just heard, but up here as an option. The in lieu fee here comes back up to around $20 a square foot. So with this, you can just really see the trade-offs between that overall on-site inclusionary requirement and what you're able to achieve in terms of your income levels. And I'll note, but I forgot to say it on the ownership slide, I'll say it here. You'll see that we calculate what is the actual equivalent of that on-site requirement from a fee or cost perspective, but the recommended target is a bit higher in every case. Again, we're trying to be thoughtful about that incentive, not wanting to, unless we intend to, from a policy decision, not wanting to incentivize payment of the in lieu fee versus provision of the units on site. But that is a policy decision.
Comments?
And yeah, thank you.
Not seeing one, I have comments. We've only built one rental property in the last 20 years that I know of, and it's a specialty property for wealthy retired gay people that has a lot of services, not quite assisted living, but some mix between luxury retirement and assisted living. And where I look at this, and I'm perfectly fine with this, with any of these models, I think we have to do more to entice apartment owners or builders to come in. And so I think you have to do something where you have a 10% inclusionary requirement or 6% or whatever it is, but you give them a density bonus and some other incentives to come in, or otherwise we're going to have this lovely program for rental, but it doesn't work for people to build rental housing, and we haven't seen it. And there are probably a lot of reasons why, but I think we have to figure out how to incentivize it to bring in rental, or we won't get anything.
Haven't we recently reviewed a rental project on Record Club Road, a very large one? Was it a study session? So it's not really progressed any further than that?
They're working on incorporating the feedback they heard from you all. As far as we know, they're still moving forward. That was actually the impetus for some of the changes we just discussed for the planned development districts. Those were some of the challenges they were running into, where even the current density bonuses weren't getting them where they needed to be to incorporate moderate income housing. There are other issues that go into this around funding and all of the stuff that goes behind producing affordable housing, but I do think in that instance, we have a willing partner who was feeling a little bit constrained by zoning, and I think some of this discussion would help
That's encouraging anyway, since we did.
It's encouraging that they've come, but they also need density bonuses to be able to do it. That what we have currently in our zoning or what, and costs don't make them do it. So what Chris has been doing is very creative, but we're going to have to be creative. And that's my message to council is you can figure out this program, but unless we figure out how we incentivize, and I think you want some affordable in anything that we incentivize, but unless we incentivize it, we're not going to get it.
My comment on this for rental would be, I think option 2 looks the most favorable to me because it sort of spreads out across the full spectrum of income levels, and I like the look of that. And it's the lowest in lieu fee per square foot, so I think that will not at least de-incentivize rental housing any as much as the other in lieu fees.
I don't have a strong preference over the 3 different options, but what I do note is that all of them, when we look at the testing feasibility scenarios for rental units, the yield on cost achieved under the 3 different ones compared with no inclusionary housing is a whisker thin difference between them, and that gives me hope that demonstrates that really the affordable or the inclusionary housing requirements that we're discussing and the options available to them are all indeed truly financially viable to builders, which is a good thing, a great thing. But I could go with the 2%, 5% as well.
For our workforce, we need the low at 80%, and we need more of the low and the moderate for the workforce. But I like the fact that it gives, in that regard, 2 or 3 are more preferable to me than 1.
Does staff like any one of the options better than the others?
Difficult to say. I'm enticed somewhat by option 1 in terms of achieving 3% for very low and low. But, at the same time, we do need housing across all income spectrums. And so when you look at option 2, that seems to be the one that perhaps might be most viable in terms of delivering that. But as you mentioned in the following slide, there is showing that under the options, you're still relatively close in terms of the profit margins. And that was something that was incredibly surprising to me in seeing the information in the study.
I might add in a basis point in this yield on cost threshold. A basis point is it's worth a lot. It's worth a lot more than you would see, for example, in a profit margin, just the way the math works. So it does look razor thin, and I don't want to suggest that it's there's lots of profit out there, but it's a little bit misleading. One basis point can make a big difference.
Madam
Any
Chair,
additional discussion?
shall we continue on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I assumed they would continue.
So these are the same, I'll just mention it here. I had a parallel slides on the ownership side, but we moved quickly into rental. The intent of these slides is to, and you've picked up on it already and discussed it, is to demonstrate that all of the options we've presented to you tonight have been through our feasibility lens, and we've determined that they're all feasible options. And on slide 24, the next one, thank you. Just wanted to give you an example of what this might, look like in the real world, how it might play out. So let's just walk through, if you'd like, maybe one option in the interest of time. So option 2, I heard some interest in that. That's 10% overall, with half of that being targeted at moderate and the remaining half being split between very low and low. So for example, a 25-unit market rate rental project, 25 units times 10% is 2.5. So of those 25 units, 2.5 would be set aside and deed restricted for affordable. Very hard to do that to a fraction of a unit. So all inclusionary housing ordinances discuss how to treat fractional units. And this is a policy decision. But what often happens is that the fractional unit can round up or pay a fee. And it's not the in lieu fee, it's an affordable fee. So it's the equivalent of that affordable subsidy that the fractional unit would pay. If a developer chose not to build on site, but to pay the in lieu fee instead at $15 a square foot, assuming the units are about 1,000 square feet each, that's $15,000 per unit, or for a 25-unit project, $375,000. I don't think I'll walk through the other options unless you have questions about them. But next, please. So like with the commercial linkage fee, we wanted to just give you some discussion prompts. I don't think you need them, though. Want to remind everyone, again, in the context of RHNA and your affordable housing, what the capacity that you're trying to provide through your housing element. And also you've had this discussion in a very robust way all evening, but just a reminder that there are benefits to both achieving those on-site units as the market rate development occurs, but that also there's a lot you can do with that in lieu fee revenue. It can also be used to advance the city's affordable housing objectives. So just to continue the discussion with respect to the on-site requirement, what do you think is appropriate in the city for both rental and then for ownership developments? And then one topic that we haven't talked a lot about yet, but curious to hear your thoughts. Excuse me. At what project size should the inclusionary requirements be triggered? And by that, I mean there are a lot of jurisdictions with inclusionary requirements that say the inclusionary program doesn't kick in until you have a project that's 5 units or more, or 10 units or more, for example. There are other cities that say the on-site requirement doesn't kick in until you hit that project size, but projects or units that are in smaller projects might pay the in lieu fee. So curious to hear any thoughts you have in that regard, too. And with that, that's the end of the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to the chair for just any questions or general discussion and feedback. Thank you very much.
Just on that last question, my feeling on it is that you want to trigger the in lieu at 5 units, but you want to charge the fee under it because a lot of developers that are doing small projects may set them up just below the in lieu requirement, so I would still charge the fee.
I like that idea, that approach.
Comments and discussion? Group is a lively group, I expect. It's 9 o'clock, I know.
Well, I think we went through really what our recommended options are, at least across the various income levels. We didn't talk really at all about, other than, Chair, you had mentioned just now the starting at 5 units, but still require the in lieu below that so that they don't we don't have a bunch of 4-unit projects, only 4-unit projects. I agree with that. But do we start at 1 unit or 2 units? I don't know. I mean, that's a question, I think. Do we start at a single-family home? I don't think so.
No, you can't start at a single-family
Right,
home.
right. So it's going to start at 2 units then, I think, right? For in lieu. But I think there should be obviously a threshold upon which it starts. And I don't know if 5 is right or is it 10? My experience with Oakland for 17 years, well, once they finally got it in place, they started at 20 units for residential. So they chose a different tact.
And that's also a staff question as we look at what's come into us. That's just sort of throwing it out as, you know, you might want to start with 20 units for in lieu because you're only going to get 1 or 2 units in the project. At 5, you might be fractional if you're doing 10%. It depends on where you set the percentages, but I think charging the fee at some low point is important so that you at least get the fees.
I agree with that.
And I think the same question, I think should apply to the commercial linkage fee too. Do we start, where's the threshold there as well? And we didn't talk at all with the consultants about that, but I know in my experience with Oakland that they had quite a large threshold before the jobs housing impact fee kicked in. The different market obviously up there, different scale of development.
I mean, if somebody's coming in and, I mean, the question is what do you count as new? I mean, complete new construction is these days always going to be expensive if you're building a retail establishment or you're building a cannabis grow or and since you're not charging it for a remodel.
Well, yeah, it seems as though if the remodel, if there's a change of use, it would be appropriate, because if you change from, say, a less intensive, like an office use,
Or a warehouse to commercial.
or a warehouse, there we go, and you subdivide it up and make it individual kiosks with, retail sales in there, that would definitely intensify the use, the number of people there, and the number of people earning less than a
But you
living
wouldn't
wage.
charge it on a restaurant remodeling and upgrading
No,
its
I don't
interior.
see. No, I don't think on a remodel. And I think CVAG actually has an example of this. One of the fees, not Tom, one of the fees that they have, you do have to pay when there's a change in use going, and it might be one associated with the transportation network. But when you change the use of a building such that it has more people and working in it and a more intense, a denser use, you pay the fee associated with it.
That's
I agree.
interesting.
I agree with that.
That's typical that if they're in the case of a remodel or an addition, that any net new, I'm talking about the commercial linkage fee, that any net new square footage would be charged the fee, or if there's an intensification of the use, you said it perfectly, that might also trigger the fee. You would calculate it under your current use and then under the proposed use and charge the difference.
Going back to the minimums, probably 2 is too low, because that's.
To what?
This isn't on the commercial linkage fee, it's on the inclusionary. 2 is too low, because that's a house and an ADU. And we certainly don't want to disincentivize an ADU coming in.
Well, 2 units is 2 units. Two units is not a house and an ADU. An ADU added on is still considered a single-family home, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
I think you could define that if you were to proceed with an inclusionary ordinance in terms of where that starts and what constitutes the starting point, if you will.
Let me ask Ashley regarding the commercial linkage fee. I had mentioned my experience with Oakland starting with quite a high threshold. What do the other jurisdictions typically that you've researched do? Do they start at 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet, or do they start at 0 square feet?
More often than not, I see it starting at 0 square feet. The phenomenon, I'm sorry, I don't know who exactly it was who said this idea that you might get development right up to a minimum amount. I think we see that more often with commercial square footage, where you might get to this sort of cliff below which people are trying to keep their, a size below which people are trying to keep their projects. So more often than not, I see the commercial linkage fee kicking in at 0, so any new square footage. But I have seen that minimum size as well, usually pretty low, like 2,000 square feet or so. That's not the norm, in my opinion, though, or in my what I've seen.
Do you think that a commercial linkage fee works in Palm Springs? You've analyzed
do.
it. You do.
I do. Especially if it's set somewhere, in the neighborhood, the ballpark that you were discussing.
And what's the highest you think we could charge?
I wouldn't, so I put those options together for discussion, but they do reflect fees that I think are, feasible and appropriate for Palm Springs. So, not higher than that $5 to $6 range. I think new development can accommodate higher fees, but for all the nuanced reasons you discussed, I think keeping it around that level is appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Deputy City Manager, do you have a sense of the thoughts from the Planning Commission, or are you asking for specific votes on anything? Or?
No, we don't need votes. What we're doing is we're taking your comments and your direction. This will inform as we finalize these studies and present them to City Council. For the most part, you've kind of come to consensus on some of these ideas. And so that makes it a little bit easier for me to help synthesize that for our consultants. But again, I think you've been very helpful in identifying the direction that we might present to City Council, as well as identifying other information that's going to be helpful for them to consider in making those decisions. So again, we appreciate your thoughtful input this evening. You're looking over the materials that have been given to you and the comments that you've provided. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The materials were excellent. And thank you, Commission, for this discussion.
And there were, Madam Chair, there were a couple other questions carried forward for staff, I think, from the last study session we had that the consultant couldn't answer, but they understood that staff could. How is development on tribal land affected? How much fee revenue would be generated? Will development go elsewhere? Did you take a look at those?
We did. There are some that we can answer. There are some that we cannot. Starting with the easiest one first, the applicability to tribal land. It would apply to allotted trust land, but not to tribal trust land. Okay. We have informed the tribe that the studies are being prepared. They are monitoring our agendas and will offer comment at the appropriate time on the studies and the proposals in general. In terms of the fees that would be generated, as our consultant told you, that's very difficult for us to even begin to try and calculate. Other information such as the amount of developable land and what would this apply to, we'll need to do some additional research and calculation. I think that would be valuable for the City Council to understand as we move forward. So it's our intent to have that information prepared so that when we go to City Council, at least we can give them a general ballpark.
Thank you. This was on the slides. I think you just answered that.
Think
How much developable land is available? I'm sorry, I missed
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have an exact figure in terms of how this would apply, but that's something that we want to be able to answer at City Council when we go there in the end of
And we
July.
won't know unless we get an answer from the college on the purchase of a very large portion of land.
That does make a big difference to us.
You mean in the north end?
Yes.
That piece?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes,
our offer is still on the table, isn't it?
They're still working through the discussions on that, yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to Planning Commission reports, requests, and comments. I believe Commissioner Marucci wanted to make some comments.
well, I do. After 5.5 years on the Planning Commission, it's sad to be leaving. It's been a tremendous honor to be able to participate in the process here, and I've learned a lot. And I tried to write down a few of the subcommittees that I participated in that I think I was able to contribute to, and I thought were quite interesting. The golf course conversion ordinance, revising the city's historic preservation ordinance, the cannabis-related uses issue, and implementing the SB 9 ordinance. And most of all, I'd say that the quality and the talent of all of the various commissioners I've worked with over the 5.5 years has been phenomenal. There's been a lot of commissioners we've worked with. And sadly, some had to leave very quickly, and others had to leave for business reasons or whatever. But it's wonderful that this city has such a great pool of talented people that are willing to donate their time for this. So it's been wonderful, and I really appreciate it. I love working with all of you.
Michael, do you have final comments?
I just want to thank everybody from this commission and previous commissions. I've learned so much just from my fellow commissioners over the years. And I also participated in a lot of subcommittees, both from council and planning commission. And I learned a lot there too, related to how different constituencies within the city, what their important things are. And I have learned a tremendous amount. It's been incredibly interesting. I'm really happy I've had this opportunity. I think it's time to pass the torch. We could use some fresh thinking on commission. I wish the new commissioners well in their endeavors, and the present commissioners I know will help them along. It's been a great ride, and I plan on hopefully working with city in other capacities. I've applied for a couple of different positions. We'll see what happens, and I continue my work with the Friends of the Library, promoting the needs of the library. So I'll stay involved, but I wish you all well and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Can we set up a lunch date on the week of the 20th? I believe that the restaurant we were talking about going to is not open Tuesday and Wednesday, and I know that two of us can't make Thursday, so can people here make Monday the 20th?
It's the 24th.
24, Monday the 24th.
Yeah, I can't.
You can't.
I have a doctor's appointment in San Diego.
What about the Friday?
Probably.
Friday the 28th or Friday the 21st?
I think Friday the 28th. We could also do the 20, yeah. The two of you? Friday the 28th, Lori?
Text you when I get home.
21st doesn't work for me.
You what?
The 21st does not work for me.
Okay. Let's pick the 28th if Michael.
Yeah, I don't have mine.
You have a real book? Michael, you have a phone.
So we will target that date. I'd like to invite Charlie as well.
Yes. And Chris, you'll make the reservations there? Okay. 12 o'clock, tentatively.
I have one more update once
Right,
you're
I
ready.
know.
Okay, okay.
I was coming to the planning director's report.
Thank you. So on the 24th, we mentioned the housing element earlier and the ongoing general plan update. We did have a productive meeting with HCD recently where I think we got some real tangible feedback on what it is we need to do to get across the finish line. As part of that, their preference is certainly that we resubmit and go through another 60-day review cycle. But I think in recognition that that would be our fourth and that per their own words, we are not in compliance and subject to builder's remedy and all of the fun things that come along with that, they recognize that we are under a lot of pressure to get this across the finish line. So we are tentatively holding Monday, July 24th for a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and City Council to consider and approve, ideally, our housing element. There is a lot of work to do to get us there, so we will know in the next week or so to confirm that, but our consultants are on board. They're working very hard to get that done, and I think we have a good game plan to get us there. So that will be very exciting, so please hold that date. I'll send out a reminder by email, but that is looking good.
Scott and Lori, you can make that date?
Yeah, 24th is completely open. I'm assuming that'll be like a 5:30 meeting, or?
28th is lunch, 24th is the joint meeting with the city council. That's probably a 5:30?
Correct.
And we would need at least one of the new members to have a quorum.
Correct.
Or one of our old members.
And I'm assuming that'll be a special meeting with that as the only subject, right? Or,
It will be handled at the beginning of the meeting, so that Planning Commission will review the document first, make recommendations, take action, and then City Council will consider it. After the Planning Commission and City Council have acted on the housing element, the City Council will then go into their regular agenda.
Flynn, didn't we once do that in a joint session?
We did with the downtown specific plan.
Right.
That's
And we could do that, I mean, I think we voted separately,
correct. You do vote separately.
but we were in the same room doing it, yeah.
Yes. Yep.
It's very efficient.
Well, it would be nice to get it done before the summer break, which is the goal.
Yeah.
With that, any other reports, comments? We'll miss both of you.
Yes, thank you both.
Yes, very much so.
I'm going to continue this meeting until tentatively Wednesday, July 12th at 5:30.
Thank you.